I am live, it says. That's a lot better than being dead, like a lot of channels. Oh, I got to turn off my inverter. Beeping inverter is about to turn red anyhow. You hear beep, beep, beep. So I got, I told you guys all I've been approved for I'm pre-qualified for a home loan, but the amount that I'm pre-qualified for, none of those homes qualify. And I better tell her. um, live. Don't call until I'm off the live stream, because because I didn't want to say don't call until I'm dead, because I'm live. So yeah, it's a big long day Thursday. Got up at 6 in the morning and drove up to Denver for my doctor appointment, and that all went great. And then I stayed at the DoubleTree. Well, I went and checked in at the DoubleTree, got my shower and all that, and then I went down to Santa Fe Drive and went around a couple of the galleries that were open and showed them my art. And I found one that is a co-op, and so I can hang my art there. But the deal is, I have to, once a month, I have to work a 6-hour day. I have to go there, work 6 hours once a month. And like, well, that's not, maybe I do like every other month, stay 2 days in a row and do it's like the 31st and the 1st, and then I 2 months later. No. But I go up there for enough doctor appointments and stuff, and I could probably find a cheap rooms or make arrangements and tell my nephew, hey, I got the couch. So I was working on designing a house because all of the ones that they list that are in the price range don't meet the requirements for the house. And hey, David, too much coincidence. 2222222. And August 22nd, 2022. August itself is 8. That's 4 2s. And it's 2/20, 2/20, it's just, and it's going to be a Tuesday, TWOS day. Tuesday. Glad to catch a live stream. Yeah, well, there's been a lot of poo flinging around on YouTube. A lot of big Chase has been a shit show lately. I didn't fill my cup, but I am live. Let me see. Oh, cheeseburger. Oh, paste there. Send link. Oh, I could put the link in the YouTube too. I guess it should be on there now. That computer is muted. And I still don't have a Starlink dish. They still haven't said we're ready to ship it to you or nothing. That's dramatic, isn't it? Yeah. And once the link is there, then I go zip and I pin it, and boom. We'll do pop out chat, and we'll stop the live stream on my computer, and we'll just do it on this StreamYard. And what I got to get the screen size bigger so I can see the chat on there. Hey, Katie, you didn't used to live in Dillon, did you? I know Katie up there had a broken leg. Any Fenn community people? I really like. Yeah. When I was at the 2017 February, I told Forrest, I said, none of these people like me. You know what he said? He said, fuck them. That's all he just said, fuck them. Yeah. Yeah, I'm the craziest guy he's ever known. Out of all them people, you got your propane topped off Arctic deep freeze. It is? Really? It's 33. It's not even freezing outside. I went and took some sunset pictures, and these memory card things, the adapters. I have the mini or the micro one. It's taped in so it doesn't fall out. But these things, I'm gonna have to put it in another one because this thing ain't communicating with the computer. It's like, because it was a really cool sunset. And my flag was all tattered. And George Washington's birthday, the holiday tomorrow. His birthday's the 24th, 23rd or 24th. So Wednesday or Thursday his actual birthday was. And it's Lois Lincoln's birthday, but they put the holiday closer to Washington's. We used to have two holidays, remember? Only old millennials don't know that. There was Lincoln's birthday and there was Washington's birthday, the 12th and the 24th. And that's before they had Monday holidays and all that stuff. We had 2 days in February, one for Lincoln and one for Washington, and they combined them and make it President's Day so that they can include assholes like the guy that's in office now. Okay. Bill over tomorrow night through Friday on Arctic Blast is coming. Let me see what it says. Hey, redneck is redneck in Leadville. I've been trying to get a hold of that guy in Leadville. They gave me the pipe because when I was in up, I was 10 miles from Amy's place. Bad Amy, or good Amy that went bad. That Amy. She was good Amy, but she went bad. When she decided to go live, she decided, well, I'm not going to be friendly to Bill Gorman anymore because everybody tells me to be an asshole to him. So went down the trail of the assholes. Did you hear Russia expelled the #2 person at the U.S. Embassy in Moscow? Bart Gorman. Did he marry Maggie Simpson or what? Josh Jordan predicted -2 in Colorado Springs on Tuesday. Tuesday it'll be 2. Oh, what does my weather report say? My weather report says tonight, low of 17. Monday night, low 17. Tuesday night, low 15. Wednesday, low 7. And Thursday, low 3. So it's not getting below 0 here. Yeah. Isn't that nice? There's no -2 day here. There's no minus days this week. But Monday night, chance of snow and breezy. Tuesday, chance of snow and breezy. Thursday, snow likely. Wednesday, Tuesday night is snow likely. Okay, so Monday night through Tuesday night, snow likely. And Wednesday will be snow likely and patchy blowing snow. Patchy. Patches. It's like snowballs flying around, right? Okay, and then Wednesday night, snow and breezy. Thursday morning, 20% chance of snow, and then partly sunny. Thursday night, partly cloudy. So Monday night through Wednesday night. Monday night, Tuesday, Wednesday night. Three nights, 3 days. And the thing is, it's tomorrow is 47 degrees for a high. Tuesday, 36. Wednesday, 35. Thursday, 29. Last year, it was like all of January, all of February was below 32. This year, we're getting a lot more days above 32. And that's good. The engine that could way to focus on the plus. Yeah, plus. Or 2 times 2 times 2. Yeah, the 8, there's a lot of 2s. 2. What up, Ghost Tyler? Put the link in. Yeah, I knew a Katie up in Dillon. Her sister was Debbie. I rented a room at their house in Dillon. The nice thing in up there, well, in 95 anyhow. I think it was 1995 or 96, 95, 96. Up there, it's probably still the same way. The buses are free. You just hop on the bus and go. It's all paid. So you could get on the bus there and ride the bus down to Breckenridge, walk around Breckenridge and whatever. It'd go down to the factory outlets and things. I was at one of the record stores trying to sell my CD repair kits, and or trying to sell a box of them, and I was telling the guy that owned the record store about the moon being hollow, that it's, the aliens live in the moon. and stuff. You know, that's why it rings like a bell, because it's hollow. It's a spaceship inside. You know, and after I left there, and it's like, you know, 2 or 3 turns, and you're on the highway. Okay, so I leave there and pull out and go to get on the highway, and the pickup truck in front of me, when I get on the highway, his bumper sticker says "Follow me to the moon." I'm like, oh shit. There's a Howling at the Moon. It was a piano bar, and huh, the link is dead. What do you mean it's dead? Can't be dead. How can it be dead? Let me see here. Linky not working. Linky not working. Let me see. Try this. Copy. Uh-huh. Copy. 9R. Ah, here we go. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Now I got to get that. Okay, hang on a minute. I'll be right back here. Let's see. Where is it? I think it was missing some of the letters. I think it was missing some letters. Let's see if that works. I think that'll work. Oh, okay. Yeah, check your messenger, Jay. Let me see where we did. Oh, my stomach just yelled at me. That's the pizza in there. So I got to go back into the chat, put it in the chat again. Yeah, it only had part of the link. I see that. Paste. There. Now, remove. And we'll put the right one on there. Oh, come on. There, that should have pinned it down. Pop up. Get on there. Get on the thing. Show me that you actually worked. Yeah, with the 9R, the R was it was missing half the numbers. Yeah. Is anything gonna happen on Tuesday? Well, I hope something happens on Tuesday. If it doesn't happen on Tuesday, I mean, it's got a around window instead of okay. Yeah. I guess Whoopi don't know we're live. Let me see. Oop, 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 oop. Get that back on there. Uh, Oh, there we go. Got ghost answer. Add
Birthday.
person. Add person. There, you're
Happy
added.
birthday, Bill.
That's no, they got freaking, let's see,
I think you had too many
31
twos in the description, bro.
and 31 and I got 39 more days. 39 more days.
39.
And then it'll be 64.
Well, happy early birthday.
Yeah, it's the end of March, just before the April Fools hit the road.
Yeah, that's right. You have the same birthday as my dad.
Yeah, yeah, and the same birthday as my mom. The same birthday as Herb Alpert, and the same birthday as Rene Descartes, and the same birthday as Al Gore, and the same birthday as Andrew Lang.
Hey, Bill, can you turn down something? We're getting some feedback.
Probably got well, my
You
Bluetooth
don't
problem.
you don't have to turn it off. Just turn it down, and
No,
it
no,
won't
but
come
my
through.
Bluetooth fucks up the audio on the phone.
Oh, okay, no problem.
Mm, yeah.
Right on, so how you been? I ain't seen you for a while.
Uh, I was way up. Went to Denver, had seen a cardiologist Thursday, and I don't see her again for a year. They'll probably take some more pictures of my aorta then. And then Friday, I went to see John Teeter, and uh, guys, I don't know if he had where he had his wings, man. Some people are just angels, you know what I mean? He's well, he gave me this rock. There, the black up here. This is the black stuff is silver. The shiny stuff is uh,
Iron pyrite.
pyrite. But where there's pyrite, there's a little bit. There's a little gold in there too.
Yeah.
But pyrite, gold, silver. It's fucking heavy too. Make something with that, you know. Make
Yeah,
some jewelry, huh?
treasure hunting stuff.
Yeah. Well, so I got oh, I got a bone. Added on my added a bone to my peace pipe, courtesy of John Teeter. It's
Yeah.
a grizzly bear toe.
Yep, I saw the picture of that.
It's a toe bone from a grizzly bear. I put it on my peace pipe with all the, you know, it's medicine, right? Spiritual shit. Oh.
Pretty
Well, I
interesting.
was tired as hell driving home Friday.
Yeah.
I drank 4 Monster mochas, 4 Monster 300s.
I
But
actually like the Irish cream Java. That's the only one I drink of Monster.
uh,
Whenever I can afford $2, I can.
uh, yeah, I stopped at Blueberry Fields, Raspberry
Hey,
Field, no,
got the
Strawberry Field,
gummies going on.
whatever. Huh?
I can smell those from here.
They're sweet, but
Yeah.
I got these too. I got the raspberry and I got The watermelon is you see what it says? It says it's CBD and THC. So if people don't know, some pot produces THC, others produce a CBD. There aren't many that produce both. But they put both in the gummies. The
Yep.
CBD is good cancer killer. I better put those away.
CBDs for cancer. Yeah, I think they make. I don't know. I've been smoking some strands lately that make you really hungry.
They make me really sleepy. I'll eat the CBD before I go to bed.
Yep,
I
put you
was
to sleep.
surprised as hell. Last time I was up in Black Hawk was about 1996. And when I went up there Friday,
You were there a little bit after I was there. I was there from '93 to like '94 or '95.
you're driving up this canyon, and the sides of the canyon are straight up. And there's a 30-story building in the middle of the freaking canyon. You go, holy shit.
Oh
You
yeah,
know?
Grand Central Station. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. It's like, wow. Oh, Monarch Hotel. And I was counting the windows. Okay, there's 5 in each of those Fuck, man, that thing's
Yeah,
30 stories.
I haven't been up there in years. I worked as a flagger on one of the projects up there back. That might have actually been a little bit closer to the time you're talking about when they put all the new sewer system and all that for the casinos up there. Do you remember that?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've seen the new. There used to be one sewage plant up there. Now there's 2.
Yeah, the company that got that contract to do all that work, they actually hit some gold, man.
Yeah. They paid for the right.
Yeah, yeah, they found a really big
and,
chunk of gold.
and for all you Coors fans, it's upstream from the Coors factory. Isn't it?
I forget, is it what river
It,
is that? Is that
it,
Clear Creek?
it runs into Clear Creek, and Clear Creek goes right past Coors.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Mm.
And you're not actually drinking that water out of they
Yeah,
don't use that. The only thing that water's used for is to turn the turbines for whatever equipment uses the turbines in the plant.
um, yeah, the plant they get the water from 2,000 feet down. So that water does get there, but it has to seep through all the rock to get there.
Yeah, and I think Clear Creek just is the power to power the pump that pumps that fresh water.
And there are people kayaking in it. So, I mean, they're not floaters going by. The only floaters are in the kayaks.
Yeah, like I said, we used to tie a rope around the bridge and ski, wakeboard right there.
Yeah.
My apartment was right there too. I lived on Ford Street.
Uh-huh.
Basically right basically right across the street from both the plant and Coors Tech.
I was in the building directly across the street from the Grizzly Buffalo Rose on the second floor. Looking, so I could look out the window and look, almost see the foot at the end of the bar through
Oh
out
yeah,
my window, looking through the door, you could almost see the foot rail at the end of the bar because of the angle. You couldn't see down the bar, but I could see right inside the door of the Buffalo Rose.
right downtown Golden, huh? By
Yeah.
Woody's Wings and all that.
I went there one time on my birthday, and Slaughter was playing, and ran
Oh,
into an
yeah,
old girlfriend.
good concert.
A girlfriend I knew before that marriage had just ended. Then
Interesting. So do you
and
use up, not to
and
change the subject, I got a quick question for you, Bill.
yeah,
Do you use up StreamYard time when you're on as a guest?
no, no.
Okay. Okay, cool.
That's why I use my time, but and then someone else with it. That way, if we go on different channels and we're not using all our time.
Yeah, for sure.
But
Maybe
at least
maybe a
this is a
few of us
short
need to
run.
get together and pitch in a few bucks so we can get more viewers like the other
Uh,
channels.
yeah. What I was gonna say,
Yeah.
yeah,
No.
yeah, yeah. I'm uh the real estate thing, trying to get a house. I have to build a house, you know, and uh uh the material the I can build a nice house. I can get the materials to build a nice house, but I need like someone knows bricklaying, plumber, some carpentry. I know the electrical, and
Yeah, I know
if I
some
can manage to
carpentry, but it's hard for me to swing a hammer anymore.
if
I
I
have
can manage,
nerve damage in my swinging arm.
yeah, you like John Teeter. He's got some nerve. He's got arthritis and uh, some things
Carpal tunnel, yeah, carpal
he
tunnel
work on.
syndrome.
But um, yeah, I think that my ancestors. I have a story of one of my ancestors that they would put a barn up in a weekend, you know, and then one day he decided that he wasn't going to have any. Somebody got hurt, somebody died or fell off the barn and died, and so he decided he wasn't going to have any alcohol. He wasn't going to have the keg of rum out for building the barn, and nobody showed up to build the barn. So if you want something built, you just have a bunch of alcohol. It's Colorado. You can smoke.
Bill, I think Street might be here in the
Oh,
backstage.
there we go. Yeah, okay.
Shout out to everyone that tuned in to Bill's show tonight. Sparky Sparks, Redneck Express, John Teeter, Bobby Brass, Big Whoop, Trusted Living's in the house. Thanks you guys for tuning in.
How was your trip, Bill?
Well, I didn't. It was a great trip.
Nice. How's it going,
John's
Goats?
awesome, dude.
Pretty good. How's it going there, Street?
Good, man. Good.
I got a bear toe.
Is that a pastry?
No, it's a bone from a grizzly bear toe that John
Oh,
gave me. Yeah, it's
you put
huge.
it on your pie?
Go. I'll show it again. I got it. I put it on my peace pipe right here.
Nice.
So that's a grizzly bear toe.
Holy shit, that's a big bone, man.
Yeah. Yeah. So I went up there. I got a big bone, um, John's really cool. And actually, it was probably about 8 miles from Amy's place.
Did you get your timing belt put on?
Yeah, timing, serpentine, spark plugs, brakes.
Damn, you're good to go, man.
I had the brakes in the trunk. Everything worked great. The only problem I had on my way home was Jack. Sometimes he hits the dash of the controls, so he hit the thing and moved it. Turned the heater control to something besides the defrost. And right at the pass, I'm passing a car, and all of a sudden the windshield just steaming, and I'm like, oh shit. You know, because you can't see, so I stay in the middle of the road. And got the window down and got the thing over to defrost and told Jack, don't do that. Sometimes he'll knock it out of gear.
Yeah, they're like kids, man. You gotta like ride with your hand on the shifter if it's down on the down in between the seats.
Yeah, I should probably make a little block to fit in there to keep it from going there.
Didn't you say this is the first time you've ever changed the pads on your car?
Yeah, 120,000 miles. In fact, by the time I got home, it had 120 on it.
That is phenomenal, man.
Yeah. Yeah, they John says they use carbon fiber and stuff now. So it's like they're like bulletproof pads.
Well, if they made car parts and cars to last, there'd be no market, huh?
Yeah. And I guess John's got some moose that hang out on his. They have baby moose and stuff. And so there was one that got hit by a car. But yeah, it was way up there. I've been looking at building my own house.
Are you?
Well, what's on? I qualify for the loan for
Right.
100,000, but all the houses that are under 100,000 don't qualify for the loan. They don't meet the standards, the minimum standards for the VA and stuff.
Yeah.
So I had an A+ in architecture in high school, and I decided, well, let me see what it would cost for the materials to build a house, and I decided, let's look at the bricks, and stuff, and I found a piece of land and stuff, and stuff around. Oh, I want to make it, blend in with the landscape, so I'm doing want to do the bottom with these dark brown like paver stones, for the bottom 4 feet of the house in front and around the base of it. But and so I decided 40 by 40 building with a 20 by 15 garage, and that way it's like 1,360 square feet and 1 bedroom. So it's the bedroom's the same size as the garage, 15 by 20. and then is 1 bathroom, and so I have the bathrooms in, like, there's a shower part of the bathroom, and the sink and toilet part opens to the hallway in the living room, and the shower opens to the bedroom, but you can get to through the shower room, you can get to the bathroom, from the bedroom, type of thing. And then the kitchen is, let's see, 7 and 20, 20. So It's like 16 by 20, kitchen and dining room 16 by 20, and then the living room is 20 by 30 or what. The living room, kitchen, and dining room is all one big 40 by approximately 40 by 20 area, But then I have the pitched roof like that, and so the front door, the front of the street side of the building, the garage is the right side, and so there's no windows on the right side. Then I got a window, and then I got the front door, and then no windows. There's only one window on the side toward the street, and a door, and then, but the pitched part of the roof, yeah, I got it like it comes. It's 16 feet from the ground to the top point, and so I decided, well, I'm going to put this pole in the right in the center, probably 12-inch log, 16 feet up, and then I'm going to have another one going across 8 feet above that to the bottom side because I'm going to put these. I decided to make these accordion doors. So this whole almost 36 feet of the south side of the building is doors that open up, and there's only like once they're open, the doors take 4 inches of the opening, and then you have about 36 feet of, in the summer you can open it up and the whole bottom floor is open to the outside,
Nice.
and then a patio area, and
brick is definitely the best way to go. You don't have to there's very little maintenance on it, man.
Yeah, my kid says put a wine cellar in it in case you need a bomb shelter.
Hell, just dig you one of those old root cellars in the backyard someplace, man, out in the corner someplace.
Yeah. Well, I found a cool lot too, so, but I gotta, but they won't loan you money to build a house with a home loan, right? So you got to go to one of these short-term loan places, and you show them what your plan is, and all that, and they loan you the money to do the project, and so then once it's done, then I buy it with the FHA with the VA loan, and pay off the loan to build it, and cool. and so my and there's a power pole with the transformers right across the street, man. It's like, get right on, close.
What area are you looking in, Bill? You staying in Colorado?
I'm not going to say because I don't want anybody fucking with my piece of land I want.
Oh, okay. All right, cool. Is it lower elevation?
Yeah. It's only a mile high.
All right, cool.
I'm a mile and a half here.
So do you feel better when you're a mile lower? Do you notice the difference when you take your vitals?
Well, yeah, they take my. I go to the VA. I'm good without the oxygen there.
Nice.
Until I start moving. Whatever total price you come up with, you will be at least 30% short, guaranteed. Okay. Seeing a lot. Yeah. I'm just getting the prices, because I ain't even priced. Well, it's going to be a lot of brick and cinder block. Now, I've seen some of the cinder blocks are 4 inches thick, but they're the same 16 by 8 on the front, and they're only 4. Can you use those for exterior walls?
Depends on the building codes in that area.
Yeah. Because I could even, have the log thing. That's why I was going to talk to Johnny. He's got a mill, and I'm wondering, because I'd like to have one. What the main beam on the at the top of the ceiling. I want like a 46 foot or 48 foot.
They do. I've seen a lot of building. They're doing I think they call them pre-engineered, like the rafted center beams that go all the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're like, I don't know. They take layer after layer and press them and glue them together to come out to the hell whatever dimension you want.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm going to use these pavers that are solid concrete pavers. That's the bottom 4 feet anywhere where there's not windows or those. It's like the south side of the building. I drew it, and it's all glass. What I'm using for these the doors, they're going to be like accordion. There's me 2 openings, 16 feet across, 9 feet high, 8 feet high. Were they 8 feet or 9 feet? No, they're 4 by 8, just like sheets of plywood, 1/2 inch thick acrylic. and so in between the acrylic panels, I'm gonna use a piano hinge. Right. Between each panel, and then so that they will fold. There will be, they'll all fold up and go to one side, and they'll have wheels on every other one, because the one end's going to just float out and stick out. The only every other end is attached to and rides on the track. You
going with a metal roof?
Yeah, so I have a track, and then I figure, let me see, when it's all closed up, what's going to keep it in it? Aha! I'm going to have something that that goes down, in the floor. It's below the track and whatever, but when you close it, you could pull these things up and slide something in and lock them, and they hold it all shut. It just takes, you got to MacGyver the shit.
Yeah.
Because it's a badass looking house if I get it done. Maybe I can put those on this other phone and put the pictures up to this. That's one thing I don't. I don't know. No Zoom. I can't. I don't have any camera controls, or maybe I do. I don't know. Do I? Let me see. More.
What are you trying to do, Bill?
Oh yeah. Oh no, I don't want to mess with it. That's right. You're right. Because that's how I get bumped off my own program.
Oh yeah.
Where's my wrench? A wrench? Who are you gonna wrench? I usually just don't wrench anybody. You need protection. I give wrenches for protection. Let me see. Yeah.
Luli needs a bazooka. The hell with the wrench, man. Give her a damn bazooka or a flamethrower.
You know what I prefer? I prefer the axe.
Yeah, Bill, I'll come down and work for you, man. I'll trade some work for that RV.
Yeah, I got to move
building building your new home.
Yeah. So the second floor, it's going to have a loft above the bedroom and the garage. In the middle. So the north and the north wall, only the top floor will have the windows, in the peak, so the whole end of the thing is windows.
Nice.
And look, I went to Strawberry Fields, but you know what? No, the real Girl Scouts weren't there, but I got Girl Scout cookies.
I always thought that would be. I've seen memes about it when they first legalized it out in Colorado. It's like, yeah, man, there's the number one spot. The hell with Walmarts and all that. Girl Scouts should hang out around this stuff.
The Codex, yeah, Henry, the Codex. I listened to the audio version, the guy that reads it, because I'm a slow reader, and I could go back and listen again, and the guy that they got the treasure got the mansion too. So I need to know what's going on. It'd be nice. It'd save me from building a house.
Investment property, if nothing else.
Yeah, but I'm talking to this realtor. I was talking to the realtor I was talking to. I told him my idea, and he likes it. And he says, if you can build something for that price, that size, and looking like that, then, he said he might be interested in building some more of them. I'm a good architect.
Have you seen Elon Musk's, what do they call them, box homes?
Oh,
have you seen them things yet?
Yeah.
I wonder, you're not really building your own, but it's already prefab, man, and ready to go. Those are pretty cool little deals. All you need is the property.
Not really the price. What do you say it was, 50,000? No. They're a lot
that's
more
for the one that's for the one he lives in. They start at 10 grand.
Yeah. But the
one
VA
for like
you can't get a VA. You can't get
I don't
VA
know. I
loan.
thought they're pretty cool. That's kind of like the future of modular homes type stuff.
You can't get a VA loan for a nurse ship or a container house or, some of those things. And even mobile homes, they'll only give you a VA loan for a double wide. There's 200,000 right there, man.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, those prefabs, they depreciate in value like a car, man. The minute you put them on your land, they start depreciating in value.
It was 3 or 4 years ago. No, about 5 years ago, when Jack was a puppy. I went by Clayton Homes, and they had a motorhome that was $73,000 out the door. And
yeah, the one I want $600K.
And then the banks wouldn't help me then. Now you go to their website. They don't have anything under $190,000.
Yeah, for a used one.
Yeah. I'm going to go live next door to Jack Stoof. I'm going to buy the house next door to him. In Detroit, you can get real cheap housing.
Hell, you can buy a whole block. You could buy a whole block for $100,000 in Detroit, Bill.
You can buy a whole block for $10,000 in Detroit.
You could make a really good movie off of that too. Some kind of comedy thing where you're out there harassing him when he's getting his newspaper in the morning.
You can call it Paradise in Hell.
Yeah. Good shit.
Yeah.
With all that money, you'd think that he could at least do a public appearance or video or something, you know?
Yeah. Kiwi, is kind of hard to find homestead laws. Yeah. You know, they don't publicize where to find it.
Yeah, you have to find that stuff.
Trusted living at $90 a square foot to build a house. That's when you're paying labor $30 an hour. I have 5 grandkids. My kid's there. Jay's gonna help, he said.
Yeah, I'm coming. I'll come down and help you.
I'm working with this realtor, and if he likes that, if he sees the idea, if it's a good project, if the project works and stuff, then he's going to invest and build more of them. You know?
I know how to frame all that stuff, Bill.
I priced all the
I'm kind of a jack of all trades, master of none.
I even added extra cinder blocks and stuff, you know, but and it's including a freaking paver wall, all instead of a fence, a concrete wall around the backyard. Keep jacking 6 feet high, and
yeah, I won't be doing any lifting any cinder blocks. I'll tell you that.
Huh?
I said I won't be lifting any cinder blocks. I can guarantee you that.
Yeah, I'll be using the wagon. I have a little yellow cart.
Good shit. So when's the project start?
What?
When's it start?
When I finish calculating my costs, I need John to I need to talk to John, because I want to ask him about that, 46, 48 foot log. I don't know. I don't know how big it is, 10-inch or 12-inch. I don't know. I don't know what size, but that long to cover the whole top of the roof. And then I need probably 3, 4, 5 on each side, going up to that one, the one's holding it up. And then I'm doing 2x12s in between those. And then a roof. I want to do a red metal roof.
Interesting.
Yeah. Did I send you the picture, Chi?
Yeah, actually you did. Yeah. I couldn't figure that looked like, what was that? It looked like it had a brick or a stone wall around it, and I thought it might have been a memorial.
That's what I was telling you about. It goes out 20 feet away from the house, it goes south from the southeast corner, 20 feet out, and then it goes 40 feet toward the back, and then it goes 40, 60, and 10, 70 feet to the north, and then it comes, so it wraps around the bedroom kind of. And I'm thinking about having it so that door next to the garage, so you have to go through a gate to get to that. So it's like a backyard door then.
Oh yeah, that was cool. Yeah.
And the
I
water
thought you were
goes up
out.
the
I thought
driveway.
you were out sightseeing and monuments and sent me a picture of a historical landmark or something.
Let me see. Yeah, no, that's, and you see the flagpole there and everything, man.
Yeah. Yep. Pretty interesting. So he wants to probably invest in putting more of those together, huh?
Yeah.
Wow. How many square feet is the actual structure?
Oh, 1,600. But
That's a
20
pretty good
20
sized
by
house
15
for
is a
one
garage.
person.
625 square feet is the garage. So it brings it down to like 1370 or something. Except I decided, because I changed the roof and stuff, I was going to have a sloped roof from the garage up over to all the way to the just one slope, kind of a wedge looking thing with
Yeah.
windows to the south. But all the snow is going to slide off of that right into the driveway that's on the north side, where it's hard to break up, you know.
Yeah.
So I decided to do the pitched and the windows, big windows on it. So let me see here. Open. Did I? Yeah. That one. Where's the other one? Oh. Yeah, that'll work. That'll.
Oh, I know.
Oh.
I've been trying to smoke a ball for like 15 minutes here and can't figure out what I did with my lighter.
See, I can turn the phone around. I don't know if it's. I can't see the screen when I do this, so But I know the camera is there. So there's the. You see all the windows? So that's
Yep.
the south side with all the windows. I don't have I don't have that wall drawn in this one.
You have to
But
go. You have to lift your phone up a little bit more. You can't see it too much. All you can see is your taskbar. There you go. Huh.
See all the windows.
Wow. Yeah.
And the
So
two
that's the
big
side
panels
with the
on the
garage,
bottom.
right?
Those
That's the
two big
side with the.
panels open. The two big ones open. You see if I zoom in.
Yep. Not too much.
There's real faint yellow. There's the brass. Those are each of those big ones are actually 4 panels that are all connected with piano hinge between them. And then nope, that's the end drawing. Green screen.
What the hell did I do?
Flag. There's the house. So see the garage you enter from the end. The lot isn't very deep that I was looking at, so I had it so the garage is on that front side, and then it's got this. I like how I drew the fence, man. You see, it's like latticed, but it's brick.
Oh, I thought it was stone.
Yeah, it is stone. It's concrete stone, just like the bottom around here. This is I think 3 feet high of stone around the bottom of the house. And see, and there's a door over here, and So I thought about making this wall come up here onto this concrete and have a gate on it to go in and go through the door. So have this wall come across and in between the door and the garage door. Put a window on there. Just to.
That roof reminds me of the old Stuckies back in the day. Remember those gas station little places, Stuckies?
Yeah, or the Wiener Schnitzel.
Howard Johnson's too had that color roof, didn't they?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's more expensive for the red. It's like $20 a sheet more. But those windows that I drew for the end, the 4x8, not that one. Where's the other end? I thought I saved. Don't tell me I didn't save it.
Yeah.
There's the fence. Making the fence. That window. Half flag. There. Okay. These are 4 foot by 8 foot, 1/2 inch thick acrylic. And so these great big ones, that's 4 of them in a row. And these angled ones are one of them cut diagonally. But those things are like $290 a piece for the 4x8 acrylic 1/2 inch thick. And then you got some cinder block. But you know, that cinder block, these would be log beams and the acrylic. So, you know, that south end of the building is going to be a lot of light coming there.
Yeah, it is.
In the winter, that helps keep it warm.
Be a good window to grow weed in front of and like garden. Do a little garden.
Yeah, I forgot. I got a 6-foot wall going around the backyard. You know, stone wall even. I think I'll build the mailbox the same way so that when people decide they want to run my mailbox over, it's going to do a lot of damage to their car.
Or a snow plow going down the road and splashing up, busting it.
Yeah. Yeah, so another reason I thought about the wall and comes right. I thought about having that wrap around the front door even. That's probably a good reason to right there, the snow plows. Oh yeah, going to Denver. You know, I got up 6:30 in the morning. I'm out of here about 7 o'clock. And about 30 miles before Pueblo, right after Colorado City, around Abbey Road and Apache, there's 2 snow plows side by side. One's doing the shoulder on the right and the other's doing the shoulder on the left, and they're doing 20 miles an hour, holding up the whole freeway while the lanes are only wet. You know, holding up the traffic, no reason for it whatsoever. They could have been staggered, one a couple 100 yards ahead of the other, so that, you know, you could go around the left side of one and the right side of the other. You know, but no, they're sitting there. You know, and it's because you've ever seen a snowplow driver just whip around without looking to see if something's coming around him? You know?
Yeah, they hardly ever look, really.
Yeah. You know, they hire some of the stupidest fuckers to do that. Sorry, snowplow drivers, but I experienced some stupid fucking snowplow drivers the other day. They had 200 cars backed up doing 20 miles an hour for about 20 miles. You know, I had to pull off and get windshield washer fluid because there was so much traffic that there wouldn't be otherwise. And then you pull in the gas. Oh, we're all out. We're all out. In Walmart, we're all out. Oh, maybe out at the gas or Walmart gas station had it. Rain X, the orange stuff. Ain't my Girl Scout cookies.
Is that a live NASA shot or not? The NASA live feed, Ghost?
No, it's not.
It's steam coming out of his toilet.
That sure is a beautiful toilet you got there.
Oh, yeah, I've got, including the land and everything, but some of the roof beams, I don't know. I don't know what these big beams are going to cost, or if I can even get them, or if I have to put, a bunch of 10 by 12s, if I have to glue them together and make like glue lambs or something.
There's companies, they're called, I think, engineered timbers or whatever. You can buy them any dimension you want, man.
Yeah.
And they got the wood. They look like they are wood,
Well, yeah, John has that kind of ability. Time traveler. He just goes steals them off the old sailing ships.
All right, pre-cut and everything.
Yeah. Just take the mast off the Santa Maria. Or the Pinta. And what was the other one?
The Nina.
The Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria.
Yep.
I've been on the replica of the Mayflower.
They have a replica, and they sail it along the river here in Columbus because it's named Columbus after Columbus. They have a replica of his flagship.
The Irish, they laugh every time some American comes over there and kisses the Blarney Stone. You know why?
Why?
Because they pee on it.
Oh.
Don't you got to go to some tower or castle and bend over backwards out this little fucking top of the whatever it is, lean backwards and kiss it upside down or some shit?
Yeah, I don't know. I ain't doing it.
Well,
I'm not different like that.
It's no different than Mecca. You know that place they go in Mecca that they circle around that big monolith? At the corner of it is the
meteorite.
Meteorite, man. And they kiss it. You know how many people has kissed that? It's like 2,000 some fucking years old. That's probably where COVID started.
Oh, that's probably where smallpox came from.
I bet you a lot of shit came from that meteorite, right?
Something like that would spread a lot of disease. It started an epidemic.
Yep. Maybe that's why they keep walking around and chanting. They're building up their courage to go kiss it.
Yeah. I did a stream after I went. No, I guess I didn't. Maybe I was on someone else's. Thursday night, maybe. Stayed at the.
Yeah, there's a channel or two out there that I'm kind of tired of. I try to come on and get some good entertainment, and all I hear is people whining.
Yeah, so some of the stories you hear about some of the it's like I'm surprised they even show their face anymore.
It's to the point now. It's like how much more sensationalized can we get? They're topping each other with who could be the fucking craziest, wildest story. We got druggings in fucking Vegas. We got threesomes going on. I mean, holy fucking shit! What's next, man? What the fuck? What's next? An orgy? What's next, man? Yeah, I'm glued to my seat, man. I can't walk away from this fucking saga.
Yeah. It's crazy.
It is crazy.
Crazy.
It's fun to watch. I love it, man. I love it. I got rid of cable 3 years ago, man. Don't need it.
Yeah. Man, I'm nailing these Girl Scout cookies. Got the munchies from eating them gummies.
Samoan's got the coconut in it, the chocolate coconut, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What kind of flour do you have, Bill?
I don't know what the guy grew next door.
Oh.
It's Champion of flour because it came from Mr. Champion.
Homegrown.
Up there. Got the cat back on there.
Yep, I'm ready to move from this spot. I'm ready to go get into a better spot with some internet. Some fast internet.
Yeah. Street, did you notice when Ben was at the airport playing the slot machine?
I didn't watch it.
Yeah, I did.
Well, the thing had on either side it had flames, flyers, double blazes. It took all his money.
Yeah,
I got into it back in 2016 when I first jumped into the chase. Everything was subliminal. Like you could tell the different old timers, they call them OGs. They would like poke fun at each other. You could tell because one would say something on their show, and then sure enough, the next one would come on and say something and kind of highlight on that and say something. It's like, oh, these guys are fucking poking jabs at each other. But it was behind the curtain. And nowadays, it's like, let's pull that motherfucking curtain. What the hell? We got fucking threesomes going on. We got you name it, lawsuits. We got all kinds of craziness right in front of everybody. And now it's like,
threesomes, where?
Well,
where at?
I guess you had it was a special invitation. I don't know, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, one girl's not enough. You need two.
There was threesomes. Cynthia, Forrest, and what was it? Was it the Hershey bar?
I'm not sure who the third party was, man.
Yeah,
Emily.
Oh, possibly. Hell. Oh, get in trouble. Hershey bar. Hershey squirts, you mean?
Well, when I seen Emily, I was thinking Emily Dickinson. I'm like, shit, man, she's got to be like 100 and some years old, man.
Hey, Raven.
I think I got my first troll today.
A troll?
Yeah, I think so. Some young girl wants to be my friend on Facebook.
Oh.
I'm like, yeah, we can be friends. And then I invited her over for crumpets and tea.
On my single RVer group, I let this one in. this girl in the group, whatever. And everybody, as soon as not long after I let her in, people are, oh, it's a, that's not that's a, she was a preying on guys for their money or whatever. But
Yeah.
but those were more than tens that she had her own treasure chest, so to speak.
And she was wanting to show it.
And, but she was at, when they come in, when they first, and they look like they look dynamite, and please PM me. you know that
Yeah. They look dynamite in the picture, and then when you go to meet them in person, they're all zit factoried out and all that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Missing teeth and like, what's up with that?
As for nudes, John. Yeah. Yeah, John.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know. You guys might be friends with Candy, but I don't really. I've been on her show a couple of times, and I watched her show all the time until recently. She, starts whining about trolls, and then the next day it's stuff about nude pictures being out and all this other stuff. And she made a comment about on one of her shows about breaking up with her boyfriend or something. And me, as a smart ass, I went into her chat and typed it out in there, because she said she was breaking up with him. I don't know if she thinks I'm hitting on her or something like that, but I'm really not. Candy's way too young for me, and yeah. Not going there. So if the new show comes up, she's got a new stalker. I'm the last person to look at.
I'm still waiting for Rose to call, and she's not too young in for my book.
And I'm being very kind right now because I really don't hold punches, and there's some rude things I'd like to say, but I'm gonna keep them to myself.
I'll be 60 soon, so I've set my standards. I like my women 80 and older for the simple fact they can't run away from me.
The Beatles have a song about what my age I'm almost.
When I'm 64?
When I'm 64, yeah, that's coming up really quick.
And then I guess I made a comment in her chat room for her to set me up with one of her hot rich friends, and she took that as an insult. So
really?
I'm coming to find out there's some pretty shallow people running around out in the chase still.
There's some deep ones too. I heard one has a 9-mile hole.
I'm like jokingly, hook me up with one of your hot rich friends, and is that insulting, really? Disrespect? I didn't see any disrespect in it.
No, none at all. Just trying to get lucky, man. Hell, you got to throw the bait out there in order to catch a fish, man.
I predict within the next 6 months to a year, we're gonna all this stuff we're hearing about K-Pro, we're gonna be hearing about Ashley and Ben, okay? Because this is an ongoing cycle that I've been watching over the last 3 years, and it's really getting old. So, there's a couple channels I don't even watch anymore. I'm still subscribed, but I don't pay attention to them.
They come and go quick anymore, don't they?
Yeah, and it's an ongoing cycle with Candy. She it's always someone. It started out with someone else, and then it became someone else. Yeah, what I'd like to say to Candy, and it'd probably be okay if it was the last thing I ever said to Candy, is don't forget how you got where you're at as far as with on YouTube.
I noticed what you were just saying. I noticed that, and it all hinges on K-Pro. K-Pro basically introduces these new players as the chase community changes and grows. She's been introducing all that she tried to do on Dark. Tried to introduce him, and they were all hitting it 5 days a week, 6 days a week for about a week, 2, 3. Then everybody figured out, yeah, it's just the same old bullshit. It's the same old.
Yeah, it seems like
I got information I can't tell
whoever
you.
she can't manipulate and get to agree with her on her rabbit hole research is automatically out there, is out, out of her little circle. And I don't know. I've seen it over and over again with different people, and that's going to happen with Ben and Ashley next.
Oh, you can already see the meltdown happening, man. The separation. First, you can't get it. They're talking constantly. They're up each other's ass. And then all of a sudden there's a disagreement and a fight. We saw it with Candy and K-Pro. K-Pro is always the center. If you trace it back, it's always K-Pro with these people, man. We're talking that type of group.
Yeah, and then Colorado's like the Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer state, Can't play any of the games, can't be part of the club because you're Colorado, And look, even Ben had to give up Colorado and go with Yellowstone to be welcome into their club.
Well, it's always the same. I noticed it in chat, and it's always the same. I'm not putting these people down, but it's all you should never talk about someone unless they're in the room to defend themselves. The problem is K-Pro will never go on a live chat with me. She won't talk to me. I'm a pretty civil person. If you treat me civil, I'll treat you civil. We could talk for 3 freaking hours. If you treat me civil, hell, I'll treat you the same. Well, if I'm below her and she's above me, if that's the approach you want to take, well, we're all humans. You're no better than me. But if you're taking an approach, are you scared? Are you scared to go on a live Zoom with me? I'm leaning towards the latter. I think she's scared. She's scared of the truth.
You got to watch out when they're acting civil, Sybil,
Yeah.
Sybil, the movie Sybil.
Yeah. Yeah. Watch out. There's a business deal underway.
Yeah, because she'll kiss you and then stab you in the back, right?
Well, I just thought it was funny. I come out with my Forrest Fenn power hours and all that, and then all of a sudden she gives the Treasure Warriors artwork.
Yeah.
Granted, you could change a title in any YouTube video, but I felt like she might have stole that idea from me. And then all of a sudden the Ashley Power Hour comes out, and I'm like, hey, yo, what's are you picking on me?
Okay, so for future reference, trademark it. Put a little trademark right. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, this is trademark, man.
I think Ashley's got better ideas than Ben.
Yeah. She definitely has more better topics on her shows.
Yeah, and more cool.
She less animated. Ben's a bit over the top, man, with the dramatics and the acting. I understand they're young and they're millennials. They live in LA, but yeah, okay.
Yeah. I can't believe I can't believe he's getting rid of the flies. I mean, why is he doing that? You could probably go to Shiloh's fishing store and buy that kit, that fly kit. And that really isn't a real fly kit to me anyway, because it didn't have a Pistol Pete in there. I didn't see.
Did it have
I
a
didn't
woolly
see
worms?
one pistol Pete. Maybe that was Forrest's secret, because you got
The bullet.
everything but a pistol Pete right there.
The bullet. The pistol. You know, the Meadowlarks were shot with BBs, which are bullets. The BBs were shot with his Red Ryder BB gun. The guy that rode Red Ryder lived in Pagosa Springs, and has a gypsy wagon in his front yard, like Forrest Fenn's wagon, pretty much, except it has the it's enclosed, has a it's like a covered wooden wagon. But yeah, there's a bunch of clues. And that's even in Once Upon a While. You know, I say Once Upon a While has all the answers in it. A lot of the answers, the stories that are in there. Wrenches.
Did Once Upon a While come out after Too Far to Walk?
I could smell a Snap-on truck when I was there. Wrenches.
That one come out after Too Far to Walk, Bill?
Huh? Yeah. Came out in like 2017, I believe, the first one. Then the revised came out in 2018.
November 2nd, 2017. And why the revised with Dizzy Dean? Because Dizzy Dean was number 17, and he died on the 17th of July, and the chase ended in 2017. That's why Dizzy Dean was in there. 27. The Dizzy game come out, was that like right after New Year's or something, like early 18?
What was it?
The revised, was that like January of 2018?
I was thinking like fall, maybe. I don't know. I can't remember, man. I know it was 2018. Might have been.
The original without Dizzy Dean was November 2nd at the signing.
Yeah, 2017.
Of 17, which was 5 months after the June 10th February.
Was that the book signing where Douglas Preston and Shiloh were there? And everybody was questioning Forrest about the treasure and the thrill of the chase, and it was supposed to be about.
He come up behind me. It was supposed to. He tapped me on the shoulder. You know, that tap on the shoulder. Look up the meaning of the tap on the shoulder. That's all. And then he took me over and introduced me to Doug Preston. And Doug didn't want to talk. Doug just, hi, Doug. Nice to meet you. I wasn't prepared to. I don't know what to say.
Yeah, that was Toby's video, wasn't it?
I read part of one of your books.
Once Upon a While, yeah.
No, it was the Codex, and I read some of the Monkey God. I have the Monkey God and the Codex.
Really, the 22nd?
You're insane, Jack.
No.
Yeah, I tell you, he went to Domino's today. And the first pepperoni she handed him, he jumped, and he went to flip it into his mouth, and he dropped it. You know.
Hey, Katie, you want to come over for crumpets and tea? What? Yeah. What's the big date? 02/22/22. That's only happens what?
Tuesday.
That only happens once every. This is the first time that's happened in 2,000 years. Is that
no,
it?
in 1,000 years.
1,000? How? It's never been 2022.
Yeah, just wait another 200 years.
Unless you're John Teeter and you're flying through all these dates.
Well,
But what?
he fixed my car, and so now all I got to do is I go in the radio and I set the time and the date for where I want to go, and then once I hit 86 miles an hour, I'm there.
Poof. Hell yeah.
That's how you do it. You just do it with the radio. You just tell the radio it's a different year and it'll pick up that signal, right?
Oh, back in time.
Oh.
I'll be right back, Bill. I gotta let the dog out.
All right. What else could you let out, huh, Street? Who let the dogs out? Woof,
Yeah.
woof, woof, woof. We know who did now. It was Ghost.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
Guilty as charged, man. Can't deny the fact.
Yeah. My doors, you know, try to cross. He lives in a trailer too. It can't be that far to the door. Oh.
I don't live in a trailer. I live in a van. It's van life.
Well, the
Hashtag van life.
Van life.
My 75 Ford, and I'm ready to upgrade. I'm ready to upgrade to one of those $600,000 big old
Street
extravagant motherfuckers.
Yeah.
I got a minivan, man. I got a Kia Sedona.
You got a neat little stove in that thing.
I do, man. That's the first purchase. I got the idea watching Brian from Adventure Van Man. I got the idea of like, okay, I can see how he's okay. What would make me comfortable? The first thing I did, and you know how it is, just I spent weeks in my head drawing up shit. Well, anyhow, the first purchase I made was that Stan Sport stove oven, man. I like fucking cookies. I like doing. I like baking shit. I don't really like microwaving shit, Plus the electricity factor. I would add up my battery bank and solar panels. I'm like, fuck it, man. I'm going with a goddamn oven.
Oh yeah. This house I'm designing, I'm putting in the price of all the appliances and all that stuff. The range, the refrigerator, the furnace, the water heater, all. It's going to be nice. And there's like 20 feet of counter space.
Nice.
Or no, there's 20 feet. Plus the corner.
Hell, you could definitely process a moose on that counter.
With those big doors, you could park if you had like a Stingray, like a Corvette. You could just park it in the living room. But you just open up that 16-foot door.
Hey, I wanted to say something. I watched something recently of someone did a YouTube show, and they suggested that I was Buffalo Bill and I stalked myself. I just wanted to say publicly, just a public announcement. No, I did not stalk myself. That sounds fucking crazy.
I think I've seen some Eugene videos earlier today.
Yeah, that just sounds fucking crazy. So I stalked myself and let the entire world know where okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense, man. Really does.
Yeah, now that eye drops in the house, I got some in the car, but they're probably frozen, right? 29 degrees outside.
Oh, they'll wake your ass up if they're not frozen, man. That shit hits your eyeball.
Well, it says, them gummies, they'll dry your eyes out.
Do they?
Yeah. They're pretty good. Stopped there on the way home, and I stopped at that was I had picked that. I had to stop in Walsenburg and get two more of them fucking Monster Mocha 300s. Wake my ass up. And then the dog hit the temperature control or the vent control, which vent goes to. And so my defroster was off, and I got on top of the pass, and my windshield steamed up all of a sudden. I can't, shit, man, I can't see, It's dark.
Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah. So then I just kept the tire on the rumbles in the middle. You can tell what side of the rumble you're on.
There's some of my artwork, Bill.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
What dance are they performing?
The ghost dance.
Like
yes, the ghost dance.
The Kachinas or something?
No, that's not Kachina. It's all video graphics.
Oh. Oh, there he is. Crazy dog. Teepees. And dancers.
Yep.
Yeah, you got to have flickering lights on them and
yeah, I need to learn how to do that. I could actually make a video, an animated video, but I haven't. I went straight to the advanced stuff.
Yeah. Today,
the sparkling stars and all that's less advanced than the video.
Wrong colors for the ghost dance, John Teeter said. You got to turn the black light on. How's it look in the black light?
I don't know. I haven't printed it yet.
Oh.
Here's one of my old DJ graphics. This is from like 2000s.
Yeah, Space Cowboy, huh?
Yeah, that's me. There you go. That's my picture.
What on Buck Rogers show? Yeah, you need one of these.
Yeah, that was actually my first attempt at Photoshop.
You need one of these.
Yeah. What is that? LED. To change colors?
Ultraviolet. Black light.
Oh yeah.
See, like.
Yeah, if you stay at motels a lot, those are good to run in the motel room.
Yeah, Oh yeah.
and see where all
Oh
the stains
man, they
are.
had a really good time.
No, that's not something. That's very unsettling if you bring one of those to a hotel room, man.
Yeah, you know when the hair sticks to the ceiling. What did they do with the rest of the question? Something said earlier.
This car's been sold since, but this is one of my dad's cars. He bought this from the Dragon Man. You know who the Dragon Man is?
No.
He's got a gun store out in Colorado Springs. It's a 31 Chevy.
Nice colors, man.
Yeah, if anyone out there knows who the
seat in it?
I'm sorry?
Does it have a rumple seat in it?
A rumble seat? No, there was just bucket seats in there.
You know, Stray, I told you I put in a request to see the police report, you know?
Right.
About me supposedly taking pictures of her swimming pool.
Physically.
Yeah, physically there and all that. On a weekend, I wasn't there on a weekend for one, and I was never. I was on downtown. I come down 285. I peel off to the left, and I went straight to the Fenn's old gallery. Then I went over and I had coffee with Carl, and then I went drive around and I went by Forrest Fenn, just drove by. It looks like the gate's been updated, you know, like been remodeled or something, you know. It looked a little different. But I didn't, so I just drove by, you know. And I had Jack with me, and I saw the taco wagons and stuff in this little and I pulled in there and I had a burrito. And I talked to Melinda on the phone while I was having a burrito. And
sorry to
that's
interrupt
a picture
you,
of Shots the canine treasure hunter on the forklift.
Nice. Trusted Living's in the waiting room, Bill.
Whatsoever of looking up. I don't want nothing to do with it, you know. If I seen her, I'd run away.
Trusted Living's in the waiting room, Bill.
Oh. Yeah, he's backstage.
Backstage
with the groupies.
Yeah, I just looked up at the screen. Yeah, I don't. Well, I'm interested to see the report myself because I'm very interested in this, man. This has my attention.
Yeah, at least now they can't say we were having a threesome.
That's not how our gang rolls, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, so we got a foursome going now.
We're just wild, crazy fucking partiers.
I'll smoke to that.
I think I'll have a smoke too.
Yeah.
Hi, Trusted Living. How's it going?
Pretty good, thank you.
How's it going, Trusted? Doing? Good to see you.
8th Street. Hello, Bill.
Hey, Trusted. You're up in Breckenridge or Leadville?
Neither.
Oh, not even in Colorado?
No.
Oh, yeah, you're in Oklahoma.
I'm a Colorado searcher.
Oh. Yeah, I was gonna stop by Josh Jordan's on the way back but he didn't. I sent him a message saying I was going to be around, but I didn't hear back from him. So, I just mail him some prints. I gotta get the reinforcing things. I gotta remember to do it. But I went to this gallery in Santa Fe, and they're going to give me some wall space. I just got to go there and work 6 hours a month. One day, 6 hours. Huh?
That was Denver, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you were saying before that Santa Fe, is it Santa Fe Road? There's a whole lot of galleries over there.
Santa Fe Drive. Yeah, everything says Santa Fe on it. So, you know, oh, he's in Santa Fe. No, I'm on Santa Fe Drive. Or Santa Fe Avenue. I think it's Drive. It goes from Denver to Santa Fe. Highway 85.
Well,
Santa Fe.
I think I mentioned it on my show. I don't know. I'm an alcoholic. It's hard for me to remember shit. Plus, I smoke dope. I think I mentioned it on one of my shows that there was a privacy complaint filed. Of course, it doesn't say who, but it doesn't matter. But there was a privacy complaint filed about one of my videos. I objected to it, and I agreed to remedy the situation if indeed it was a privacy infringement. And YouTube said, no, man, it's not. We don't see any privacy issue on this video. So it remained up.
The South Park one with Jason and doing Dorothy and all that. That one, this one is exempt from privacy complaints.
What makes it an exempt?
Because I'm great.
Is that all that it takes?
That's all it takes. Yeah, a little greatness. I put a new flag up today.
Well, a little greatness, and spend a little time at your local county law library. It's better than the public library, ladies and gentlemen. In certain times of need, I would highly recommend everybody personally go to their county law library.
Yeah.
That looks like a canopy of stars.
It is. And actually, you know, it's shredded, but I'm going to keep the star panel. You know, because these flags last about 3 months out there, and they put a new one up. You know, so I got a brand new one up there now for Washington's birthday.
Do you think the United States will ever get a permanent flag? That one's just a temporary one.
Oh, yeah, it's going to have Donald on it.
Oh, I hope not. I hope it doesn't have anyone's face on it. If it has anybody's face whatsoever, we're in deep shit.
Yeah. Like Schwab, like Klaus Schwab or something.
No, we don't need none of them Schwabies.
He needs to go. He needs to go away. He can't go where Forrest went. Oh, Klaus, he's going straight to hell. We'll give him some rocks. Load his pockets up with rocks to make sure he goes there quickly.
Are you sure we're not in hell right now?
Huh? Well, yeah. I know I'm not. I'm not in Los Angeles.
Okay.
I know I'm not in hell then.
Because this earth is a lot of misery.
No, misery is just a state in the Midwest.
Yeah.
Or a Stephen King novel.
Well, it's a state of mind.
I had these
Misery
friends
is
in
a state of
California.
mind.
They came from Missouri and they lived on the street called Payne. They said they used to be in misery and now they live off of pain.
I don't know. I was kind of liking more the notion of peace and prosperity.
Come on, Jack. Come on, Jack. Come on in, Jack. Come on, buddy.
Yeah, I can see the concept. We're living in hell and we're trying to go to heaven. Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, this world is messed up.
And it kind of goes hand in hand, according to the Bible, that God cast the devil down to earth. Well, that kind of, yeah, well, if he's the ruler of the underworld, and if they come from the stars, heaven, that, yeah, earth is hell. It's his domain.
Well, he is the God of the Bible.
Yeah.
So all these people out there that call themselves Christians and Jews and Muslims, Satan is their God.
Well, here recently, my opinion has changed a lot. If you read through how many people God tempted, how many people he killed, I mean, I once said, if you gave me the Bible, I could, in a court of law, modern day, I could get God convicted of being a sociopathic serial killer, man. Hands down, the jury unanimously. But yet, if we read the devil, he has never killed anybody. There's no recorded record of the devil ever killing anybody. I find that interesting, man.
Well, the devil is just another name for the Satan or the serpent.
You know what? You know what they're gonna find at the bottom of the money pit? My bones from a past life, because I used to have this dream I was falling down this log lined pit that just didn't end. It was just logs, it was a square shaft and it was falling down this shaft. And now they got the Oak Island, and that's got to be that money pit, right?
Well, if they do find anything, my opinion is it's going to be over 7,000 years old, and it was placed there by ancient people, and that's the whole reason why they're saying that the Templars went there. The Templars didn't go there to bury something. The Templars went there to try to dig something up.
I think they're going to find Lucky Pierre's colostomy bag.
Well, he could have been there.
And it's made out of sheep bladder.
Yeah.
Well, that would make it Lucky Mick Pierre.
Lucky Pierre. He's the middleman in a 3-man butt fuck.
I never heard of such a thing, Bill.
Whatever. That was around in high school.
Was it?
Yeah, that was around 50 years ago, man.
Oh.
Or 45 years, I guess. Is it 45? Yeah, 45 years ago.
I didn't go to that school.
Yeah.
Heck, I only went to high school for 2 months.
Street, I think he went longer than you.
I didn't even make it out of middle school, man. Well, yeah, I did. I graduated 8th grade. That's the last grade I graduated was 8th grade.
I think Ghost got eaten by his dogs.
No, he's giving a blow-by-blow description of the chat.
Nope, I'm back. I'm here.
Yeah. Oh.
Well, I
Yeah,
don't. I've been working on more translation. I've been working on translation chapter 2, and it starts off with the bringing the lotus into the story.
uh-huh.
The Egyptians were really big on lotus. They got pictures of lotus all over the place and in their ancient drawings.
Yeah.
And one of the lotuses they were heavily involved in was the blue lotus, which is a hallucinogenic if you snort the powder from it. And they used to make what was called blue lotus water and drink it. And that actually just relieves anxiety and helps people to sleep. So they were basically using that to control the population, to calm them down, the same way that the United States use fluoride in the water today.
I've heard you don't want to drink the yellow lotus.
Well,
Yeah.
it's interesting
We
because
have
the
we
Far
have
East,
something right here in the Rocky Mountains that you don't even have to go to where they have lotus. If you drink juniper berry juice, they make a drink out of juniper berries, and that's supposed to be good for what you're talking about.
Uh-huh.
it's interesting. The far,
PTSD and stuff like that. Forrest even talked about making that tea with the pine needles and the juniper berries, and yeah, they use the juniper berries for PTSD.
nice. I have noticed the Far East is into lotus too. Hinduism, Buddhism, lotus plays a major part in their beliefs also. So trusted. Do you have a hookup on this blue lotus, man? If so, can you share it? Where can I get
No.
some of this blue lotus?
No, I mean, there are new age people that use that kind of thing, and it's available for sale online. It hasn't been banned yet.
Rocky Mountain piss water, John Teeter.
But it took a long time for me to discover that that's what the Egyptians were doing, and that's what they were using in order to control the population.
The Pharaoh peed in the beer?
No, he had lotus water made and handed out to the people for their water to drink.
You know, in Siberia, the natives up there would drink the reindeer pee because that's where the hallucinogenics from the mushrooms passed in the reindeer pee, and so they would drink the reindeer pee to get high.
Jamestown, they had Kool-Aid.
That's why the reindeers are in the Santa Claus story to help pull the sleigh.
Yeah.
Hi, Bobby Brass.
So the reindeer was high. I missed that metaphor, man. That's pretty clever.
You know, in California, in the center divide of a lot of the freeways, they had this oleander plant growing, and it has these pink flowers, purple flowers, all, you know, pink or purple, whatever, all over them when they bloom, and they smell nice. But there was this woman, she killed her husband by making tea with it, and because they didn't think to even look for that, you know, but it grows right in the middle of the freeway.
Yeah, the witches used to use fly agaric mushrooms. They would have their Sabbath on Friday nights, and they make an ointment out of the fly agaric mushroom that when they put the ointment on them, it gave them euphoria like they were flying. And when a witch has a Sabbath and they gather together, the first thing they have to do is clean the circle and they sweep it. And that's why the stories about witches flying around on their broomsticks on Friday night was because
I know where to get it, and I know how to purify it so it's not poison.
Well,
So
if I ever find a witch, she can put that ointment on my stick, and she can fly it as long as what she wants.
wait, you've been putting the ointment on your stick for a long time, Street.
Well, I didn't want to take her glory away. I wanted to make her feel part of it.
How do you know? Hey, Bill, how do you know what Street does with his stick?
He told us about the order gel.
Because I told everybody about it. I ain't too shy about my stick and the shit I put.
Talking about sticks as he's eating a donut.
Girl Scout cookies.
It kind of reminds me of that Buffalo Bill movie. She puts the lotion on the stick.
Hell no.
I might be Buffalo Bill. I might be insane, ladies and gentlemen. I just had a fucking epiphany. I might be Buffalo Bill here. I fucking stalked myself, for God's sakes, man.
Man.
That's a heck of a multiple personality you got going on there. Chasing yourself.
I'm scared, man. At least I'm not alone in this.
You must be a really lonely multiple personality kind of guy.
It explains me sitting in my underwear in my mom's basement, don't it? God damn, it's all starting to make sense now to me.
Well, there's nothing wrong with hanging around in the bunker. I mean, a lot of people do.
At least I'm safe in a nuclear disaster or zombies.
Right. I had a courtesy warning from a sheriff coming the other way. He flashed his lights on for a second, and I looked. Oh yeah, 75 yals. Okay, I'll slow down. It's that new diamond belt, right, John? He went back to 2036, I guess.
He'll be back, man. He'll be back. He just went for like a 6-pack or something, I think.
Yeah, he has immunity from getting wrenched.
It's a beautiful night in the Colorado Rockies.
Yeah. I stopped at the Red Robin I used to go to 22 years ago. No, it was 20 years ago. I left there 20 years ago. February is when I left that area, Highlands Ranch, and moved to Florida again. Moved to Florida. Yeah, I already lived in Florida. I went back, go to Colorado a couple of years, to Florida a couple of years, Oregon a few years, New Hampshire a couple of years, Vermont about 6 months, Canada 4 months. Then I, busted for, I'm a convicted parrot trafficker. Shameful, man. And then they put my poor bird Togo. They accuse him of watching panda porn on CNN.
Kiwi Road put in basket and ropes. That just reminded me. I don't know if I ever told you this story. And any Navy anyone that's ever been to the Philippines can verify this story. There's bars over there, and the women get in this basket, and the bottom of it's cut out. And they get on top of you. You're lying, and usually it's on stage, man. You're on stage. Like, there's a bar. There's life going on around you, man. They get down lower themselves on you on the stage, and they spin the fucking basket. I swear to God, man. It's the craziest thing if you've never experienced the basket treatment, I'm telling you, you're missing out on something, man. No Oragel needed with that one. Wink, wink.
Was that the golden shower basket trick?
Well, if you're Trump, I heard there is legend Trump was over there and he said, no, just piss on me.
I heard that was actually Bill Clinton's story.
I couldn't pass it up, Bill. You opened the door. I couldn't pass it up. My apologies.
I had a dream, this one dream after Forrest died, and he was at a party, and it was at Trump's place. He was down in Mar-a-Lago. Forrest Fenn's down there hanging out with Trump at Mar-a-Lago, having a party.
And you were there.
Huh?
And you were there.
Yeah, I had an out-of-body experience thing.
Yeah, I remember you telling me that you went to a party with Forrest.
Yeah. And I see him another time too. I can't remember what happened to the other one. I just remember that party at West Palm Beach. You know, sometimes you have a dream and you just recognize that's where you are, you know?
Uh-huh.
Right.
You just know that's, yeah. I didn't even think about anything else.
Hunter Biden likes golden showers too. Well, to each their own, man. I mean, to each their own.
Yeah. Hunter Biden's in trouble because he's been busted for hard drugs and lied about it on his thing to get his gun.
Does he like cocaine? I'm imagining. I haven't read the report, but does he like cocaine?
Meth too.
Oh,
everything.
Yeah.
And he likes little girls.
Oh God.
And he launders
I've seen a couple of the pictures in with the little girls.
I understand meth is cheaper than
They're
coke.
like 7-year-olds or something in lingerie.
That's not good. If you want to do meth, ladies and gentlemen, just take any battery you have, AA, AAA, D, C, it don't matter. Bust it open and snort the fucking juice. That's pretty much meth, man. Good luck with that.
Yeah. Even that other guy, Duke of York, you know, he got busted with Epstein and all the stuff. So he's in big trouble. You know, he's not part of the royal family anymore.
Like the royal family. Fuck, they were into incest. I mean, come on, man. I'm not saying it's right what he did, but your fucking bloodline is incest, man. Who the fuck are you to judge?
You know, there's pictures of Queen Elizabeth with Will Robinson in 1965.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm not saying no. Any young girls, that's totally fucked up, man. Totally fucked up on many different levels. But yet you look at who's kicking them out. These are incest fuckers. You were fucking your own brothers and sisters, man.
Yeah, they caught everything on the Space Force was made. What the reason Trump created Space Force is he said who was going to run it, and they're in charge of cybersecurity for the world. They have everything. They have all the communications. They know everything.
Well, sad to say, people like that, that whatever that Duke or whatever the fuck he is, people like that never get what they deserve as far as the judicial system. They always get a pat on the fucking hand, man.
Well, like I said, I got away with. I was almost 10 over. You know, he flashes the lights. This little one, you know, just to let me know to slow down. Because that's what they did. If you do 10 over, then they'll get you. You know. So once you hit 75 and a 65, you're lunch meat. You know.
You get lunch meat?
Yeah, you become their lunch meat.
Oh.
You're buying lunch meat for the cop, is what happens.
Well, how long do you have to be in jail before they give you a sandwich?
You got to buy him like 10 pizzas.
Sorry, not to interrupt. John Teeter, is that how you spell such in the future, or was that how they spelled it in the past?
I thought he was referring to the Dutch, like the Dutch Secret Service or something. I'm like,
Oh, I
the
thought
Dutch
he's
are involved?
making a statement that there's no such agency.
Well, if the Dutch are involved, we're all fucked, man.
The Dutch agency?
And I was wondering if they spell it that way in the future or if they spelled it that way in the past. Uh-oh, we got Five Leaf in the house with his... Is that a solve? A simplified solve?
I was at the hotel looking all over for one of these. It was in my coat pocket.
Well, you know, John Teeter, if you learned how to spell right, you wouldn't make mistakes on your calculations.
He's used to faster computers.
I see in the chat, Luli says she's familiar with belladonna.
Belladonna and
that's known as nightshade.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, you got to be careful. You don't anyone you go out to have a drink or something, you can't leave your drink on the table while you go to the bathroom and take a pee. You got to take your drink with you.
You learned that the hard way, didn't you, Bill?
You almost can't even have a drink when you go out.
The girls that picked me up hitchhiking, they did give me the beer. And
yeah, my comments on that.
I don't even know if I finished that first beer, and I don't remember anything. Not a fucking thing.
Yeah, take your beer with you so they don't drug you. I'd like to make a comment about that. I was watching videos that night of that poker tournament.
Yeah.
And there was all kinds of stuff going on, from ecstasy to what was it? Something else. Something else was all controversial that night that happened or something. Someone got drugged and all this other stuff. And I seen the video.
Yeah,
she looked really in distress and was like, the cops were just upstairs and all that. And there's a lot of stuff going on in those videos.
I couldn't get in trouble. I wasn't there.
Yeah, I wasn't either. I don't need the new variant of COVID. I already had the other two.
Well, it certainly tells you something not to go hang around with that crowd.
Oh, when I went in the VA Thursday, they didn't even check your temperature when you go in there now. You know? They don't even check temperature no more. People are stopping. Went to the art, the gallery. I was talking to the guy at the gallery for a while, and he's seen the stuff that I see in my stuff, and he has similar stuff, but not near as complex. You know, not as many details. You know.
Well, there probably isn't any real reason to be checking temperatures anyhow, unless the person's really overheated or thinks that they're overheated, then just to verify it.
Yeah, or unless you're going to kiss them or something.
Yeah, well, before, if you were showing symptoms, they wouldn't even let you in to see the doctor. I got turned.
Is that?
I shit you not. I got turned away from one of my doctor's appointments because I had symptoms.
You know, you go in there with your oxygen on and an oxygen tank hanging on your shoulder. Any shortness of breath? It's like, really? Really?
Yeah, I'm freebasing. This is laughing gas, man. I just, it gets me through the day.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, wouldn't that be neat to have it mixed?
My brother once, long story short, he came across one of those huge fucking cylinders from a dentist's office of laughing gas, the shit they put you out with. And him and hell, after they partied on that fucking thing for like a weekend, they let me hang a little while, and then they like kicked me out. Anyhow, he had a little Volkswagen Beetle car. He ended up running into the neighbor's porch, man, and don't like totally demolish the porch and don't even fucking remember it, man. Don't even fucking remember it. We're talking like back in the mid-70s.
Yeah.
Laughing
What?
gas. Don't drive on laughing gas.
Well, yeah, that's what the dentist used to put you under.
Yeah, my orthodontist had laughing gas. My most memorable dental experience was getting my wisdom teeth pulled because I was and I woke up and there were these like double D's right in my face, and this like Dolly Parton for a dental assistant, poking me in the eye. And
Oh, geez.
Oh, hi. And I looked down at my feet, and there's my mother and my wife. Oh, hi.
My first experience with laughing gas, I was a child, and the dentist put it over my face, and I hit him.
That was my brother's first experience with Santa Claus.
I was probably around 13, 14 when I first, it was just a mask. They had this hose hooked up to it and this like oxygen mask type thing. And they like, you put it on, they'd open the valve and you just breathe normally, right? And back off when you want. I enjoyed it. I really did. It was a nice ride. I later, when I was 16, I got a job at I was a dishwasher at a local restaurant, and the cook was he was an ex-felon. He just got out of prison. He was one of the biggest cocaine dealers in the county I lived in, and he just got out, and he knew the owner. Long story short, he was the cook, and we worked the night shift. And after we did everything, it was the old Cool Whip cans of cream whip topping. He would he'd set like 6 or 7 them out and say, yeah, don't touch these until the end of the night. When we're all done, everything's done, man, we'll party. Because, piss test. He had piss test for like parole and shit. Anyhow, we'd suck on, as long as you didn't shake them up, you just sit there and lightly open it and suck on it. It was laughing gas. They don't do it anymore, but it's fucking laughing gas. The first, he was like, he thought he was going to surprise me. He's like, yeah, you're going to really like this. I'm like, what? We're going to suck on fucking cans of Cool Whip? He's like, just wait, man. I'm like, man, get the fuck out of here. You want me to suck? Anyhow, we did. I'm like, fuck, this is laughing gas. He's like, yeah, man. Nitric oxide. Is that the proper name?
Oxide. Yeah. You can put it down your carburetor and go faster too.
Yeah. Well, fuck, I was putting it down my carburetor and I was fucking taking off. Yeah. I like laughing gas, man. I always have.
Try with a little helium, then you sound funny too.
Then you're really high.
Trying to find one of these memory card things that work.
Yeah, the song Whip It Good. A lot of people think it's about masturbation or a woman rubbing an orgasm out.
No, that's the Michael Jackson version.
I think it's about those. Well, didn't they come out with like you could buy them in like head shops back in the day, late 70s, early 80s? You could buy nitric oxide in the head shops. They were selling the shit in these little cans, I think.
Well, you can buy it. You can buy it at the speed shop. You can probably get it at Napa. For your dragster.
It was funny because the cylinder I'm talking about, my brother got a hold of. It was like one of those 100-pound cylinders. It took like 3 people to carry this fucker out, and that's what caught my attention. I seen him carrying out to the car from the house. I'm like, what the hell you guys got? They're like, be quiet, man. Be quiet. Get in the car, quick. I'm like, what the fuck are you guys doing? What looked like a torpedo? I'm like, I'm fucking in on this. What the hell are you crazy fuckers doing? And sure enough, it was nitric oxide, man.
I got
Nitrous
4 memory
oxide.
card holders, and none of them work. I was trying to get my sunset pictures that I took today off the camera. There's another way. If I have to, I think it's my computer doesn't want to read the memory card. Did I stop?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
Everyone's still going.
I was back in my car, man, snorting nitric oxide with my brother, man.
Yeah. I'm trying to get I had a great sunset and a new flag, and took pictures of my new flag with the great sunset. And now I put the memory card in the computer, and the computer goes, I don't see anything. I got to take my computer. I got to go into town where I should have done it at the hotel. I should have got Windows 11. Because the Windows 7 is just getting worse and worse and worse.
I don't know which one it was back in the early 90s, but that I like the older ones. The older Windows.
Windows 3.1.
That's what it was?
I remember Windows 1 in 1989.
Yeah, I didn't even have a computer then.
I was working at IBM.
The most impressive Windows, I can't remember what year, probably 2001, maybe 2000, whatever it was, when you could hover your cursor over something and it showed you what it was. That was like, oh my fucking God, this is heaven, man.
Yeah.
Which Windows was that? It's the first year
it's probably Windows 95 or something.
Was it?
Yeah. Oh, when the hard drives got bigger in the old computer, I don't reckon that's what kind of monster is that? You had to upgrade, or the new hard drive wouldn't work because it was so huge.
But that when you hover over it and a box pops up and has words on it or pictures or something like that, that's the website that you've gone to that makes that happen on your computer.
Well, no, it was on the Windows. The setup, the home screen, and everything was the hover. The first year, whatever Windows came out where you could like put your cursor over on your home screen and hover over anything you hover over, a window would open up.
Oh,
I worked at IBM in 1989. It was one of the first jobs I had in Colorado, and I was a CAD software tester. And when you go to work at IBM, they don't give you a computer; they give you computer parts. You build your own computer. This is what you build your own computer. That's all. You had to know enough to put your computer together to work there. That place was huge. It's the one between Boulder and Longmont.
I remember back when I worked for Child World, I was 15, so that was 1981, and my brother wanted a Commodore.
You're younger than the street.
Yep. And my brother wanted a Commodore 64, and they had one on sale there. He says, "I'll give you the money, and you can keep the difference between the regular price and sale price." And that was his first computer to get going, and he didn't stop from there on out. Became an IT guy, specialized in internet security, and was a genius with computers.
I took basic programming in 1975 in high school. I took basic programming at Ohlone College. It's a little community college in Fremont. But that's where I had my first learned to program on a teletype machine. I had to write programs that would make little Pac-Man, minute little icons, the 8 pixels by 8 pixels or so,
Was that one an IBM machine?
They're Western Union. It was a teletype machine.
I guess I'm not familiar with that.
Before IBM was Western Union was. They made computers, They made the telegraph machine,
Yeah, I remember
the Morse code, and so basically a computer is something that evolved out of Morse code.
Well, my mom, she worked for the federal government in the Air Force, and around the Korean War time, and she worked with IBM punch cards, the 13-hole punch cards.
Yeah.
And instead of software, that's how they used to store information, was on them punch cards.
Yeah. They were like what, 8, 10 inches long and maybe 4 or 5 inches wide type. Now about 4 inches by 8 or something, 10.
Something like that.
Yeah. My mom worked in she worked at the same. That's what they used to feed the information into the computer.
But they stored everything. They stored all kinds of government information on there. Medical records, travel records, all that kind of stuff.
Everything. Everything went on the
Rocky Mountain Top.
I believe that's why the Zodiac killer said, "If you ever figure out who I am, it's all over. I'm caught."
Oh, it's. Okay.
I believe he was in the military. Actually, Department of the Interior for the, the overseers of the national park system.
Actually, the first Zodiac killer victims were killed the day Forrest was shot down.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Because it wasn't long. It was just a couple months ago, the anniversary.
Well, if you look at the locations, you'll see where the first location started, and it's not very far from Haight-Ashbury neighborhood, where the hippies were doing LSD when they first started getting the LSD craze started. Yeah. And then the very last one ended at the Golden Gate Bridge State Park, and usually isn't considered associated with it, but it's very likely it was. And Charles Manson used to bring some of the women that he was feeding LSD to see a psychiatrist over there at the Haight-Ashbury area that was associated with the CIA.
So what if it turns out that Grace Slick was the Zodiac killer?
Who? I don't think it was just a single individual. I believe if you want to narrow it down to an individual, you'll narrow it down to the leader.
Yeah. Yeah.
and they're still operating today in the national parks. That's why there's all kinds of strange abductions that occur in the national parks, because they're still doing it.
Dizzy took out a Russian bot.
Nice job. Incoming.
Man, when I went to the VA Thursday, they had this robot figure thing there. I mean, it was the skeleton thing. It was all steel and stuff, and that guy was like 15 feet tall. You know, and he was behind this plexiglass, and it's like, this is the VA. If somebody playing Joker, they're just getting us ready. That they have monsters like this, you know, that was just the skeleton of a robot, you know.
Iron Man.
Huh?
Iron Man.
He was all steel, and you know, just a giant robot with a.
Yep, that's Iron Man.
That's Iron Man. Ozzy warned us, man. No one listened to him.
Turn to steel in the great magnetic field.
Yeah.
I am Santa Claus.
Killing the people he once saved.
Ho, 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 ho.
Bill, can I use that in the song?
There's a version on the YouTube, or the, you know, I am Santa Claus.
Never heard that one, I think.
You never heard of it? It's great.
It sounds good.
I am Santa Claus. People bring me cookies and bread. Yeah. And I think it's probably Ozzy that does it for whoever made the parody, you know. A lot of them parody, Al Yankovic, I think he has the actual artist does it for him. And he puts his name, you know, so they're not so embarrassed.
Five Leaf says two of the four Zodiac ciphers are unsolved. Five Leaf, I got to solve for the 340 letter that also has been recently solved. Their solve actually shows nothing whatsoever, just rantings of a madman. My solve came up with the name, a high-level person that was in the Department of the Interior.
There's where Elton John comes in, Madman on the Water.
I also solved the what is my name letter, and I solved the Kryptos number 4.
Wait. What about in the Never Ending Story? And the girl says, "Say my name." That's all you have to do is say my name.
I don't think I ever seen the Never Ending Story.
Oh, you got to see it, right, Street?
Yeah, it's an excellent movie, man.
It's a kid movie, but it is great. You know, what do they call that?
Both of them are good. Both of them are good.
Like
Part 1 and
if you
part
like
2.
Wizard of Oz, you'd probably like the Never Ending Story.
It's one of those stories like should be in the Bible, you know.
Yeah, it makes you feel warm and it gives you hope after you watch it, man.
Yeah,
I think my favorite story like those is Time Bandits.
Little crazy fuckers.
Time Bandits. Yeah, you seen Ice Pirates? Ice Pirates. The guy's unscrewing this bolt down at his waist, and the bolt comes out all the way and falls on the floor, and he falls apart. The bolt was where his wiener would have been, you know. And when he pulled that bolt out, he just fell apart. That's what he got for playing with it. That must have been the John Bobbitt robot.
What a claim to fame, man. You notice how here's another I'm sorry to bring it back up. Well, no, I'm not sorry. You notice how K-Pro fucking like latched onto him, man, like a leech, basically.
And I bet you wanted to get a look at that thing.
Well, the more he like came into chat and showed who he was, he's a fucking lunatic in my mind. I don't give a fuck if he is famous. He's a fucking lunatic, man. The shit he would fucking say and do is like, this motherfucker's a lunatic. And of course, once the community realized he's a lunatic, K-Pro separated herself from him.
Would you dare date his ex?
Would I? Oh, hell no, man. No.
They got a record.
Nope. I wouldn't even want a hand job.
Yeah, it's when you wear your chainmail to bed.
No, you don't go to bed in that house, man. No.
You wear a fucking armored suit.
I just found it really odd that he was willingly, and it was one of the World Series of Fenns. He willingly showed the picture, man, before and after. I'm like, really? I mean, I was impelled by a picket fence.
I didn't want to see it.
Well, I was impelled by a picket fence when I was in the second grade, 7 years old, man. I jumped off a garage, was impelled, and it went through my nutsack, man, into my body cavity. I sure in the fuck ain't going to show pictures. I'll tell it, but I ain't going to show fucking pictures.
That's why they named the porno he was in Frankenpenis.
I thought it was named How to Get Off.
It was Frankenpenis because it was so, and they put an extra section in, didn't they? He said they gave him an extension. Like you do with your Craftsman socket set, you know? You put an extension on the deep drive.
Well, if I remember right, she cut it off and she didn't like keep it in the freezer or keep it around and like wave it in his face or anything or beat him over the head with it. That'd be funny, getting beat over the head with your own dick after your wife cut it off. No, she actually like took off and, if I'm not mistaken, threw it out the window. And he had to go hunting for his dick on the side of the fucking road, man. Or someone did. No, he was bleeding to death. Someone went to look. What are we looking for, Bob? Oh, we're looking for some guy's dick. Really, Bob? Okay.
You know, after that, there was a woman in Thailand or something who cut her husband's penis off, except she took it and tied it to a helium balloon and let it go. And
can you imagine sitting around with your family at a park and this fucking dick floating down in your fucking middle? It's like, what the hell is this shit?
Friends on the barbecue. Okay, so anyhow, this radio station in San Jose, KSJO, Lamont and Tonelli, they had this contest where you bring a helium balloon and you bring a sausage and you put a note on your sausage on the helium balloon and let it go and see, and they wanted to see whose sausage could fly the furthest. You know, when somebody would call, say they found it. Because they were wondering how far that guy's wiener went on the helium balloon, you know? A lot of them people in Thailand, they're little small guys with small, you know, stack of dimes.
Well, I know in the Philippines, Americans were well liked. They really were. They were well liked. Not only for their money, but they were well liked.
For their Saturn V.
Well, I worked in the department, the C-130s. We rebuilt C-130s engines and gearboxes, and we got this. She was a second class petty officer, man, and she was fucking hot as hell, man. She was hot looking, probably in her mid 20s, and we'd go out She was a hell of a person to party with. She liked women, and I'm talking early 80s. It was like hush hush. I mean, you didn't talk about that shit in the service, for God's sakes, man. And man, we'd go out party, and God, the women would just fucking group her. She didn't even have to pay for pussy, man. They just wanted. They're like, fuck, we like the men. What's the women of America like? She would get. I'm talking. She'd go home with 3, 4 fucking women at a time, and she didn't have to pay for them, man. It was the most. Anyhow, I got friends with her, and we partied. We smoked dope and shit. And yeah, the parties at her fucking house was unfucking believable, man. Hilton.
Five Leaf says, "Oh yeah, bro. If you crack a Zodiac and they find more bodies, you got a good selling book." Well, Five Leaf, the NSA already has a copy of my book.
Is Trusty Living telling us that he's a Zodiac killer?
No, he's saying he cracked the code.
No.
What I'm telling you is I had a group of retired military cryptologists contact me and request a copy of my book. And they said that they put it on file with all the other Zodiac killer information that they had. They said they didn't believe mine was accurate, but it was unique, so they kept it.
They trusted Living's younger than me, so he could not be the Zodiac killer.
No, I'm not even close to being old enough.
No, Zodiac killer wasn't in kindergarten or first grade. Yeah.
If he was, that'd be a hell of a twist to the story, wouldn't
it? Yeah, I was like in junior high or something when that happened.
What was it, 74, 73, 74? Early 70s they started?
I believe it was 68 it started.
Huh?
I think it was 1968 it started.
Yeah. And I lived 45 miles from San Francisco when I was a kid then, you know?
Yeah, I was 5. I think, yeah, you can count me out. I'm not.
Yeah, my hometown, everybody wears a towel on their head there now.
Why is it hot there?
No, everybody there. Pakistan took over.
Oh.
They bought the house next door. They bought my dad's house. Now they tore the house down. The house I grew up in on Google Earth is gone.
Well, when it comes to other nationalities participating in the human United States experience, I think anyone's invited. I mean, look at the Indians. I feel kind of ashamed that I'm even fucking here, man. I'm doing what I'm doing. I mean, it's off the death of the genocide of the Indians. So yeah, I mean, I'm not one to judge, man.
The figures I found indicate there were people with beards here before. The Indians say white men were here. They left. They're coming back. So we were here before. You know, we just came back. They must have run us off, and so we just come back. You know.
The gods were here, and the gods traveled in spaceships, and they were white. Yeah, right. Yeah. That's what the Indians saw. Yep. And then they saw our all crazy ass holding the fucking Bible, genociding them, and they thought, "Fuck, this ain't right. What's wrong with what happened to you, man? What happened?"
Yeah.
You used to teach us. Now you're fucking annihilating us. What the hell happened to you? Oh, God. I forgot.
What was that
But yet they
Twilight Zone?
justified it.
What was the Twilight Zone episode where the aliens came down and they had a human cookbook, and nobody realized what it was till they were in the process of hauling away a bunch of humans in their spaceship? You remember that one?
To serve man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I just think it's disgusting that the fact that they overlook what this country was founded on, man. Yeah, it was founded on great ideas and blah 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 blah. But you genocide a whole fucking race, man. You genocided them. It's worse than what Hitler did to the fucking Jewish race, man. They still have culture. He never annihilated their fucking culture, their existence on this planet, their footprint. American government tried.
I remember it's because of them guys in Mecca kissing that big black rock.
Well, the American government, and they can take the stance. Oh, it wasn't us. It was it was the leaders before us. Yeah, but you still stand on that fucking ground. Let's look at what was that last episode? Red Rock or no? What was that fucking oil line that was going through Indian Reservation? What the hell was that called? Shit.
The Keystone Pipeline?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. It's no different than the Black Hills. We're going to give you this fucking shitty ass land. It's all yours. We'll never touch it. Some dumbass finds fucking gold. Guess what? Oh, we want it back. What the fuck? But yet you don't take responsibility because it wasn't you that did it? What the fuck is that kind of shit, man? That ain't going to hold up in a court of law. I just think it's disgusting, man. Purely fucking disgusting what they did. They genocide, but history don't teach you that. They surely don't teach that in fucking school, because I went to public school. They don't teach you how they fucking genocide and annihilated a whole fucking race of people that'd been around for 10, 15, 20,000, 30,000 fucking years. Oh no, they're not going to admit to that. We didn't do that. Our predecessors did that. Yeah, well, you still stand for what the predecessors fucking did. You're responsible.
My fifth great granduncle died of smallpox, and the Indians, the French Allied Indians, came down and dug him up out of his grave to get his blonde scalp, and brought smallpox back to the village from scalping a guy's body who had died from smallpox.
Well, let's talk about scalping. Scalping was not created by the Indians. They never scalped.
Yeah, it was started by the French.
Well, there you go. It started with white man. And the Indians did tit for tat, motherfucker. We'll cut your hair
my
off.
ancestors were shooting the French and killing them.
Well, picture this. You're sitting in the comfort of your home, and these fucking idiots come busting through your door and say, we claim this for ourselves. Of course you're going to fight. This is mine, motherfucker. Of course you're going to fight. Who the fuck are you even to invade on their privacy and claim it as your own? Hell, I've been here for 1,000 years. What the fuck you mean this is yours?
My ancestors fought alongside with the Mohawks. Fought against their Canadian enemies. They helped the Mohawks. And so, eventually but maybe the Mohawks would have been killed a lot sooner if they weren't, backed up by my ancestors.
Well, to each their own, but.
And when they raided the Abenaki village, they had 600 English scalps on their lodge poles.
Good for them.
And that's why they got raided.
Exactly.
They were massacred because they were massacring the English. So, it was tit for tat back then.
Yeah. But we can't neglect the fact that it was their land to begin with. We were the invaders. So I'll revert back to what I said earlier. to call yourself an American, oh, you have to be born here. And I watched these Karen videos the other day where this fucking psycho fucking old biddy bitch is yelling and screaming at an Oriental couple. And they're filming it. She's like, go back to your country. He's like, I was born here. My children was born here. This is my country. Yeah. No, it's not. No, it. And I'm thinking, and of course she was fucking Caucasian and she had the fucking biddy look to her. I'm surprised anybody copulated with her. She's that fucking disgusting of a human being.
Yeah.
There's some running around out there.
Well, I just think it's disgusting, man. Who the fuck are that type of woman is what I'm talking about. If she would shut her fucking mouth and enlighten herself, she might understand that what you're trying to say, what you're standing on is a fucking genocide of an entire fucking culture. And if you're proud of that, this ain't your home. This ain't your fucking home, man. If you want to trace it, go back to Europe, man, wherever the fuck your damn sick ass came from.
The only thing that came out of the creation of the United States was with the new government system. It was based on private property ownership. The Native Americans really didn't operate under a private property ownership. A lot of them roamed around, and it was a community property type situation. So if somebody got kicked out of the group, they just kick them out and send them beyond the boundaries of where that group was occupying at the time.
They usually went over to the next group of tribe and made friends, brought the peace pipe and got everybody smoked some good weed and they all got along over there. So and he said, fuck that crowd. I'm over here now. We're having a blast.
John Teeter, man, he says, nope, it started with Native Americans, cite a source street. It's been so many years since I've come across that information, I could not cite a source. But I challenge you to disprove me that it was white man who started the scalping. It was not Indians. It was white man. I do not have the source. So in other words, I'm just talking out my fucking ass.
I have a book, and I know the guy that wrote the book. Ray Potvin wrote this book called Scalp Hunters. And Robert Rogers, my fifth great granduncle's in there. And Hannah Dustin is in there. I was in New Hampshire at the lab at the hospital. They're gonna take some blood tests and I was telling the girl, I'm descended from Robert Rogers. She said, "Oh, I'm descended from Hannah Dustin." Hannah Dustin killed 7 Indians who had kidnapped her while they were sleeping. She killed them.
I don't think America is an idea. I think it's an experiment. And it's an experiment that learned and evolved throughout the years. We have a little, Greek in us. We have a little Roman. We have a lot of different, we have a little French, European. We have a lot of different, I don't think it's an idea. It's an experiment.
Yeah, it's like power tools are not meant to be attached to sex toys.
Well, I mean, it definitely has an idea to it. You can see the concept in the Declaration of Independence on what it's supposed to become, and it's nowhere near what it's supposed to become yet. And it's pretty obvious the founding fathers knew that things wouldn't change in any immediate time frame. So, here we are, hundreds of years later, and it's still not what it's supposed to be. I mean, they put in there, all men were created equal. They were going to put in there that slavery was illegal, but they went against that.
No, there's some, some men will break the scale that I don't.
Well, that's a good example, Bill. People could take the language and interpret it the way that they wanted to. The Christians would interpret it, well, if all men are created equal, then the women are not equal to men because they're not men. And they would also say, well, the natives are not equal because they're not really men. They're animals. They're not Christians. They're not civil like we are. Therefore, they're not men either. It don't apply to them either. And because the founding fathers knew that, and they had to get as many people as possible to join in to beat the British, they put the vague notion in there instead of just totally outlawing slavery.
Well, I believe it was founded on a bunch of greedy motherfuckers that got tired of sending their money back to the king. And I agree with what you just said, Trusted. And the best way to fight that, and you know a battle's going to ensue, is to promote this. Everyone's welcome. It's free. You can do whatever you want. No, it was just a bunch of, if we look at it, it all started from a fucking tree. I think pine tree to be exact, tax. In what was it? Vermont, New Hampshire, Maine, wherever the fucking was. The dude says, no, man, I ain't fucking, you ain't going to charge me another 3 cents per fucking linear foot or whatever the king wanted. Said, no, man, I ain't doing it. So it was basically the America was founded on fucking greed. They wanted the money for themselves. Fuck you. You ain't getting it, man. We're separating. And they needed numbers. So why not advertise this great? We're breaking away from the king. Anybody interested in coming to be free? And if you read the Declaration of Independence, goddamn, you'd have to be a fucking imbecile not to want to move to this country. It was revolution. It was like, there's no country that's ever been like, this is like all the great nations ever put together. Fuck yeah, I'm going. Guess what? It was a win-win for the fucking founding fathers. I think they were a bunch of greedy motherfuckers, period. Let's be honest here.
Well, they used the greedy motherfuckers because by not outlawing slavery right from the get-go, they could get the slave owners and the people that had money involved in all the commerce associated with slavery to fight on the side against the British.
Exactly. And guess what happened after everything was said and done? The North and South fought each other, and the North fuckers like, fuck it, we got what we wanted out of you fuckers. Now we're going to put the hammer down. Now we want your money. It became exactly what they were trying to say they weren't going to be.
King George gave George Washington all his land for fighting in the French and Indian War for England. That's how Washington got all his land and got rich off the British.
Well, let's be honest. If Napoleon was not alive and a threat to Europe, we would not be the United States. If it was not for Napoleon, we would have been defeated by fucking King George, man. No hands down.
Back then you were in trouble if you weren't growing hemp for the sales.
Well, there's another thing. If I'm not mistaken, didn't Franklin, he was an ambassador to France. They ended up fucking asking him to leave the country.
Yeah.
Here's your number one ally, and fucking the American government knew their number one ally was France, because France and England hate each other. And they knew they could get all the guns, the training, they could get everything they needed out of fucking Napoleon. People need to look at the fucking history, not how it's presented to you, but read it as you perceive it. And if you look at the little backstories, I'm not saying this country isn't great. It was not founded on good ideas. I'm not saying it wasn't. Of course it was. That's why we're still fucking here. And that's why we're in the top fucking 3 or number 1, whatever you want to call it. There's a reason why that. But it was based in fucking greed, man. And let's not forget, they genocide a fucking culture, man. They genocide those fuckers. And I don't say fuckers disrespectfully. I have the utmost respect for Native Americans, man. I feel fucking ashamed to even fucking be called. I'm not an American, man.
But I'm not associated. You know, I wasn't around. I wasn't any part of that. So you know, it's not my fault. You know, I didn't have anything in that. In fact, my ancestors were friends of the natives.
But if you call yourself a proud American citizen, you have to take responsibility. If you step up and say, I'm a proud American citizen, you have to take responsibility for that fucking genocide, Bill. You have to, man.
My ancestors, my 5th great grandfather and his brother smoked the peace pipe with Chief Pontiac. in 1765.
Well, I'm not implying that you or your family had anything to
You
do with
know,
it. All I'm saying is, if you was to call
he
yourself
opened up the
out there,
trade for the Indians, and some other guy came and lied about him. There's always been bad guys and good guys. You know, some of the guys, not everybody's good, not everybody's bad. You know, just because you're whatever race doesn't mean you're a bad guy. Doesn't mean you're a good guy either. But I surprise a lot of people, other races. They're surprised when I say something to them, say something friendly and all. Make them laugh.
Well, I'm descended from both Europeans and natives.
Yeah, my ancestors came with Captain Smith, and their wives were already here. I had a picture of my third great grandfather. It showed, oh, he's Native American. Yeah, you can tell by his face. He looks like the Pequot from Moby Dick.
Well, I have Cherokee blood in me, and I have Blackwater Indian, which is known as the Oswegatchie.
Yeah, I have a Creek or Cherokee, and this ancestor is from Oak Island, basically. Those Indians.
Well, actually, the native tribe, tribe that got treated the absolute worst, in my opinion, were the Cherokees, because the Cherokees got pushed around, right? And then when they ended up in an area and they started behaving like the white man and starting plantations and plantation businesses, and they were competing with the Europeans, that's what caused the Trail of Tears to happen. All their land was confiscated, and they were marched out to Oklahoma, to no water Oklahoma, where there was no water.
That was Andrew Jackson.
And they did exactly what the white man claimed they wanted, which was for them to assimilate and become just like the Europeans. And they did that, and they still got dragged out of their place of residence and sent on a death march.
Do you know the Shoshone in Wyoming is the only Native Americans that never was in any conflict with the United States government ever?
No, I didn't know
the
that.
Sheep Eaters. I think one branch was called the Sheep Eaters, and the other one I can't remember. But they're the only Native Americans that had no conflict ever with the. They were considered the master negotiators in the Native American race, man. The race to annihilate the Native Americans. They were the only ones that had no conflict, man, ever. There's no recorded history of them fighting each other, ever.
Well, I'm kind of interested on what's going to happen in Oklahoma, because it's been ruled through the Supreme Court, I believe it was the Supreme Court, because it went really high up, that half of Oklahoma is officially Indian reservation. That's a big friggin' deal, because there's a lot of these areas, and that includes like most of Tulsa, Oklahoma, which is a big city.
I guarantee the United States government will not let it. They'll fucking bury it however they fucking bury it, because you know how much oil revenue and royalties we're talking here. Oklahoma's a big fucking oil state.
I've been to Tulsa in 1984, passing through working for Sprint, and I was there in 2008.
Well, I believe some of the tribes have already begun working on the taxation of oil and gas that's extracted within the Indian reservation. When I say the Indian reservation, I mean the new boundary of half of Oklahoma. Now, it is going to take decades, but my opinion is the Native American groups, they should unite together. Maybe even call themselves the United Indian Reservations or something like that, and get their own country started essentially, and use Oklahoma as the springboard to do it.
They could call them the United Ghost Dancers.
Well, that's up to them what they want to call it. I think they even should create their own money and say, hey, look at enough is enough. We're going to take our salt and we're going to use it.
It's called the Native American Church of Ghost Dancers.
Yeah, everyone seems to forget. I agree with you, Trusted, but everyone seems to forget who they're going up against. They're going up against Big Brother, man. You ain't going to win. They will not let you fucking win, because if you win, you set a precedence, and then they'll tumble. They will protect themselves at all costs. There's an interesting J.D. Blackfoot. He's from the late 60s, early 70s. The name of the band is J.D. Blackfoot. He does a song. It's like 18-minute, 20-minute long song about Crazy Horse. And in that song, he says, yeah, I haven't been able to, and he's talking from a Native perspective because he's Native American. He's like, we haven't been able to evict you yet, but be careful for the day we sue you. And, you know, that's unfortunately, that's the only recourse Native Americans have nowadays is in the court of law. And we'll go back up to that fucking pipeline, man. That's quite obvious. If that's not obvious to anyone, the government is going to do what the fucking government wants to do because it's backed by these big corporate fucking rations. That's who feeds the funds. That's who fucking. So, I mean, logic dictates it's not the government calling the shots anymore. It's fucking big business, and pharmaceuticals right fucking in there, man. They're like the number one leader anymore. So basically, I'm insulted by my government, and I consider myself a United States citizen. My government is fucking selling me out for corporations for the bottom dollar. Isn't that what King George did to us? Isn't it? Isn't that why we supposedly broke away from him?
Exactly.
You know what a good joke makes Indians laugh? He said, yeah, I'm part Indian. You want to see what part?
No.
Well, I see Dizzy Dean stated eminent domain, and that's the very first thing that the tribe should do in Oklahoma. And what they should do is they should take by eminent domain every single federal, state, county, and local municipality government offices over. That's step one.
Well, that's when push comes to shove, they call you a militant group or a cult. That's their two go-to fucking names, militant or cult. And that gives the FBI the right to come in and fucking destroy you, your family, and everything around you. That's part of it.
I'm talking about
red Waco.
I'm talking about the Indian tribes in Oklahoma getting together and creating a united Indian tribe and starting a country in Oklahoma. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I believe that they're capable of doing with the court ruling that came out.
Well, that's when I countered with the United States government will label them a fucking militant group, and they will fucking destroy them. That's what the government does, man. Anytime you step up to them, whether you're right or wrong, and we all agree, the Native Americans are right. We agree. We can all agree. Well, majority can agree. It doesn't matter. You're talking Big Brother here. They're not going to let themselves. It's like King George.
I'm not talking about a military operation. I'm talking about doing it through the court systems.
I'm not saying you are, but I guarantee they'll label them as militant and start spreading propaganda about how violent these fucking Native Americans are, and they will fucking step on them. That's what they do. We can see it happen over and over and over from the beginning of this country. Anytime someone steps up to this government, it doesn't matter if the general public agrees or not. They're not going to let any fucking establishment create chaos in their own fucking rank. They'll step on you, man. That's what they do. That's called dictatorship, basically.
I know what they do, but this is a unique situation in Oklahoma. You know, the Keystone Pipeline, you're talking about going through Indian reservations that are under control by the federal government. That's why they didn't have a say in what was going on, because the federal government has those pieces of land put into trusts. The land that we're talking about is not in trusts.
Exactly.
You know, Street, I think we need to hop on board with Elon Musk and just go to Mars. There's nobody's going to claim the fucking place.
Well, I wouldn't go to another planet with
those
people.
I'm sorry.
You know, nobody wants us, right?
Bill, they'll make you sign a contract and they'll say at the bottom, we can change the terms of these contracts at any time that we want.
They push white people out of Europe with Muslims, and they come over here and they get push
contracts at any time that we want.
They push white people. Oh, somebody out there.
Think about it this way. Think about it this way. Back at 9/11, this country was more solidarity. There was more solidarity in this country than has been experienced since probably World War II. Everyone was on fucking board, which was logically because the government learned a valuable lesson in Vietnam. If you want to fucking win a war, and even if you don't, if you want to maintain it, you have to have your public's fucking background. You have to have them backing you. Well, it's no different than what we see now. I was raised, and it's came up many a times. I was raised despising Russian. I thought I grew up hiding underneath my desk because I was told it's a bomb drill. Russia might drop a bomb. So I grew up thinking these motherfuckers are trying to kill me. I did a video the other day. I have like over 100 fucking different countries that watch my channel. And I started looking at them, and it's like it gets your heart racing. I swear to God, when it first happened, I looked at the geography of my fucking viewers, and it was like Iran, North Korea. I mean, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, oh my fucking God. All these Muslim countries and Russia, and Uzbekistan and Pakistan. I'm like, son of a bitch. But then I got to thinking, they're fucking watching my crazy ass stuff. It's not the fucking people that's creating the chaos on this planet. It's the fucking countries. And who's running the fucking countries? Businessmen. The bottom line is we're being sold out as what? There's 9 billion people on this planet. Over 8.5 billion want peace. They want to live in harmony. We just want to be happy. But you got 500 million saying, man, we need money. We need this. We need that. We need to fucking control them. Well, unfortunately, here's the fucking ironic part of this. We as people have the fucking power, just like the United States government says it. The fucking Declaration of Independence says it. We have the power. So if we have the power, I've said this to all my children, and my oldest child is 36. If all people across the fucking planet, people, not governments, people, was to sit down and say, fuck you, we ain't working, we ain't buying nothing, we ain't doing shit until you fucking listen to us and meet us at the table on this. The problem is getting 8.5 million people or 8.5 billion people to sit down at the same time. We have the control. That's the ironic part. We outnumber them fucking.
Actually,
they keep us all fighting within ourselves. You got black and white, Hispanic, Oriental, countries fighting each other. Man, come on, wake up, world. We are a world.
As history has shown, it only takes 3% of a population to start changing things within a population. And the United States is the best place to start and you know, we got to clean up our own backyard. But once we got our own backyard cleaned up, then we can be the model for the rest of the world. But we got to clean up our own backyard first, and the people got to get control of their government and have their government representatives represent them and not represent the corporations or themselves.
Yeah, like draining the swamp.
Well, yeah, I mean, these people, once the right system is put in place, like I said before, the Constitution of the United States is unfinished bylaws.
You know, Elon Musk realizes that robots are going to take over. There won't be any jobs for people to do. And so therefore, everybody will have to be supplied everything they need.
Not
so
everything,
but the robots will service man. It will, you know, be our servant.
In the kind of world that I'm talking about, where the citizens are the ones that guide their government, the citizens may say, no, you're not going to be allowed to go that far, Mr. Corporation, because what you're going to do is put together an army of robots to cause mayhem and attack people. No, so we're not going to allow that.
What it is, your robot, you need something, and it has 3D printing materials coming out its fingertips like Spider-Man, and it just makes that thing right there on your table for you. You don't even have to go to the store for it. You know, and the other hand has food. It's ketchup, mustard, you know, mayo.
Which is something you definitely don't want to ever happen.
Your robots will feed you. They'll even have robots wipe your butt.
Okay, so you're talking about a nation of lazy people. Up to this point, the United States is not a nation of lazy people.
Absolutely everything, and there are no jobs. Then you would expect that they'd have to take care of you.
There's always going to be jobs, Bill.
They'd have to feed you and, you know, do your laundry and you know.
No, that really doesn't have to be.
Well, here's my opinion. I believe socialism is the right way to go, not run by greedy fucking people. Here's where Russia tried.
We live in a socialist country, Street. That's the problem.
No, we don't.
We live under corporate socialism.
Socialist president.
If we lived in socialism, there'd be no homeless. There'd be no. Everybody would have medical. We don't live. I'm saying I believe in a socialist worldwide fucking where all needs are met, no questions fucking asked. And then you bring up. Here's the problem: man and greed interacts with business. Okay, I believe. And I'm not saying Russia's right, but I believe socialism, the path they took, but unfortunately they had fucking Stalin behind it, was a fucking sociopathic. He's another fucking Hitler, man. He's a sociopathic fucking serial killer, you know? But the idea of socialism is the only way this planet will fucking survive. If there's no competition, and then I've heard arguments say, well, creativity, and you have you have to make them, you know, strive to make that picket fence and white. No, you don't.
I think we have to define what socialism is. What is socialism to you?
Atlantis is socialism to me. We need to take it back to the basics. And the city of Atlantis is what the pure golden essence of socialism is. Nobody wanted, nobody needed, and therefore it alleviated a lot of fucking human nature being involved in things. If you don't want,
but you're talking about a tyranny,
huh?
You're talking about a tyranny.
No, hell no. A tyranny only is created by the leaders who establish it. If they're not a tyranny fucking society, and it's just about social equalism, Maybe
Socialism is not about equalism.
Huh?
Socialism is about the government dictating the status and the class of people.
Well, no, I'm saying socialism is alleviating. I'm not. See, then we got the overhand of the government in there. I'm not saying oversight of a fucking government. We should be able to control our fucking selves. Is there going to be laws? Yeah, man's fucking stupid. You got to interject. I mean, the mass is fucking stupid. They need guidance, man. They're sheep. And I'm thinking if you alleviate the total need of greed, and that's from the government down, it will make a fucking utopian society.
Through the K-Pros and the Tobies.
Yeah.
But if the people were actually living in the United States underneath a republic, which is actually a form of democracy, where the citizens decide what's going to happen instead of their representatives deciding what's going to happen, then we'd be going in the proper direction. Other than that, it's all socialism and tyranny.
No, we got that now. We got that now, Trusted. But you got greed. You got these greedy mother. You got the big brother.
We don't have a system where our representatives consider what it is that we want.
Well, that's what our doctrine says. So what are you telling me they're not going by their fucking doctrine? They're not following the doctrine?
No, I'm telling you, they never finished the Constitution, and we don't have the proper bylaws in order to vote and have our representatives consider our votes and what is to be done in this country.
Here's what I'm saying, Trusted. It doesn't matter what you put on paper. You got greed involved. And when you have greed in politics, it's a fucking disaster. So, once again, socialism, equalism, whatever you want to call it, is the only way to fucking go. And the only way to enact that is to eliminate greed. Now, the big question is, how do we eliminate greed? That's fucking like monumental. That's monumental at all levels. How can we eliminate greed? That's the fucking issue here. It's not, you could come up with the most perfect fucking symbolism of a country, and the United States is, I mean, we'll say it was founded on fucking ingenious ideas. It's just it's not enacted. Why? Because of fucking greed. So basically, how do we eliminate greed? Any country that's formed and eliminates greed will sustain forever, in my opinion.
The greedy factor really doesn't play in. Actually, greed is a good motivational tool for everybody.
Oh God! Don't go there. Don't go there. Don't.
You're trying to tell me that you have no.
Duck is mine, oh mine.
No, don't go. Don't say greed is fuck. Greed is the worst thing that ever fucking happened to this world. Don't tell me greed is what? No, man. No. Come on, man. Come on.
Greed is probably the best motivator that there is.
No, she doesn't motivate me at all.
No, you don't operate under greed?
No.
You sure about that?
No, I operate on sit back, relax.
You don't want more and more and more and more?
No.
You can do it. Just wait. No. Just wait.
I got rid of greed when in my 20s, man. Never
concerned. It sure is cold outside.
I went for the experience, not the fucking financial gain. Memories last longer and more valuable than any dollar amount I would ever fucking receive.
Did you say memories?
I did, man. I was like, oh, I got mammogram in my eye. I'm like, boobies, man. I can't get these boobies floating around. We got booby shots floating around, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
Photoshop doesn't count.
I'll still look at them. Hell, I don't care. Boobies are boobies, damn it.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, I
greed
couldn't believe
is
driving up.
greed is the most powerful thing that's going on as far as motivating people. It's the kind of greed that makes the difference.
Well,
If
see,
a person,
there's where the disconnect comes. I believe throughout antiquity, greed was the dominating factor, and once again, to control the masses. How do you get them to work harder? Make them want more. Well, the more they want, the more we'll take from them. The harder we'll make them work. I think greed is it's like the fucking what's the harness and the bit that you put in the mouse's fucking horse's mouth, the lead or whatever they call it. That's what they use against us. We want more. Well, no, greed. No, man. If we got rid of and totally abolished and annihilated greed across this entire fucking planet, we'd have
Man,
no
you wouldn't have any
problem.
siblings, would you?
how,
Oh shit.
how do you how do you annihilate greed? I mean, we haven't even defined what greed is, but how do you annihilate greed?
Put the fear of, I hate to say this, put the fear of God into them. That's the only way the fucking humans, and I am a human, and I think the vast majority are fucking ignorant. The only way to fucking beat this shit into these ignorant and 8.5 billion fucking people is to annihilate greed. How do you do that? Put the fear of fucking God. Who is God? He's a visitor
Well,
from another planet. I am convinced the only way this planet will survive is to
well,
have
God
God
is,
come down and say, "Guess what? Surprise!"
but actually, we already defined this earlier, that God is the epitome of greed, is sociopathic, and a mass murderer.
Right? Exactly.
So,
So why
so
not have?
why would you want to include God in there?
Well, I'm talking about awakening people up to what's important in life. To have these people, you have to understand. This is they say it's 2, 3, 4,000 years. No, they were here for tens of thousands of years, if not hundreds of years, before we were even writing shit down to categorize it, to acknowledge their existence. So I'm assuming they have progressed from that stage. And if we're still allowed to be here, and I say allowed because they allow us to fucking live, there has to be a fucking reason, and it has to be to join us together as one. We cannot be a successful species until we are one, and the only way we can be one is eliminate greed.
I found evidence that the missionary position was discovered thousands of years before there were missionaries. Where did that come from, huh?
I don't know. we haven't even defined what the word greed means yet.
Wanting the sun, the earth, and the moon. What's the definition of greed?
Yeah.
I don't know. That's a good question. What propels?
Well, the definition of greed is avarice.
Okay, avarice. I'll agree with if that's what Webster says. Okay, but I'll counter with this.
It's
gluttony. What would be the driving force of, let's say, I don't know, a pharmaceutical CEO to put millions of dollars into research on a drug that will save people's lives? You're in the business to supposedly save people's lives, and you spend a lot of money. I get it. You spend a lot of money to, research this, and you get a cure, let's say hypothetically for cancer. Let's just say they get a cure. And then you spend, I don't know, if a patient would have to spend, let's say, $50,000 a fucking shot. Justify that. If you're in the business to save fucking lives, and I understand you have money invested, Justify. Right now, there's chemo shots that are 10 grand a fucking shot, and they're not guaranteed to save your life. Now go to Vegas. Let's go to Vegas and look at those fucking odds. You think people's going to roll out $10,000 a roll on not knowing for sure? There's no guarantee. Fuck no, they wouldn't. But they play with people's fucking lives. That is what I categorize as greed. How fucking dare you? You have a cure for some disease, and then you charge this outrageous fucking price, and you justify it because of your bottom line. Oh, we got research. Well, what the fuck are you doing research for? According to your fucking own words, you're doing research to help and save lives. No, you're doing it to make fucking money. That's my definition of greed. That is fucking greed.
Well,
It's not about
greed is-
humanity. It's not about your fellow man. It's how much money I can put in my pocket and my fucking stockholders' pockets. That's what's wrong with this fucking world.
Greed, if you boil it down, is a notion of I want it and I want more for me. Me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well-
They justify their actions. How? Well, a lot of them justify it because of the government they operate under. Oh, well, it's, FDA. We got to do this. No bullshit. Cut to the fucking chase. It's about especially pharmaceutical. It's about fucking greed, man. If they had, think about this. We have the technology and capability to make a fucking car like the DeLorean, for example, rust-free. We have the technology and capability to make, when you buy a car, it'll be there 50 years fucking later. We have that technology, but why don't we use it? Because it's not efficient for the fucking businesses. Hell, if I sell one car every 50 years, I'd go out of business. So they're basing their fucking ideas. The entire fucking world is basing their ideas on greed. It's not about humanity. It's not about bettering fucking mankind. It's about how much fucking money can I put in my pocket and my stockholders. We need to eliminate that, man. That is, and people say, oh, that's how it's always. I don't give a fuck. It's always been like that because you've all been fucking sheep. You've all followed the fucking belief. It's time to walk away from that idea, man.
Because people aren't greedy enough to say me. I want my vote. I want my say.
Boom, red. Is that a bot? Is that a bot, Dizzy?
Yeah.
Is that a bot? You think, Ghost? Montgomery Skinner? The bot?
I can't see chat.
Well, okay. Dizzy brings up a good idea. This health insurance bullshit. Okay. There's no fucking, you cannot explain to me, there's no logical explanation that every fucking American citizen should not have fully paid for health insurance. You can't explain, there's no fucking reason why we should not. Unless you look at big business. Look at big.
Yes, there is a reason.
Why?
And it's our current monetary system. The federal government borrows money instead of just printing it. That's why we can't have it.
What?
Because the federal government borrows money to put money into existence instead of just printing it themselves.
Our taxes pay back the banks that they borrow the money from.
Well, isn't that the foundation to every nation besides like a dictatorship? Isn't that look at Canada?
That is the problem with every nation.
Well, Canada has free. If you're born a Canadian citizen, you get free health care for the rest of your life. People bitch about it and say it's not the best.
Really high taxes. And they do the same thing. They borrow money and they tax their people. And the people in Canada, like up in the Maine area, they jump across the border to go work in Maine. And they leave their females behind to do things like go on welfare while they come into the United States and work for cash money because the taxes are too high for them to survive in Canada.
Yeah,
So
they
there
used
you
to
go.
scalp people, and now people pull their own hair out.
We're right back to the word greed. It's governments are operating on greed. It's governments operate on greed. That's
Well,
that's
see,
what
our
fucking
government
changed
shouldn't
them.
be operating under the notion of making a profit to begin with.
No country should. If you love your people and your people are you, without your people, the government would any country. Without your people, you are nothing.
Well,
We
well,
hold
our
the
country
it goes back to what I said. We hold the fucking power. But yet we're stifled and fucking they don't let anybody.
no, we're not. No, we're not. People haven't got together and done the right things. It's all laid out there. Nobody has ever taken the time or had the desire, or should I use the word greed? We're never greedy enough to take control of our country.
Good luck with that, man. Good luck with that. I'll read you in the obituary, Trusted Living.
Have you ever wondered
if that's the way that it is, that people don't want to take control of their representatives, then things are going to continue the way that it is.
My representative packs a pistol.
What does that have to do with anything?
She don't take shit from nobody.
She doesn't even take advice from anybody.
Yeah.
As far as her people she's supposed to be representing.
Have you ever wondered if Elon Musk has a patch of peyote down there at Starbase?
He's probably
big connections.
Hey, Bill, he's probably growing blue lilies for you when he takes you to Mars.
Yeah. Don't you watch out where the Huskies go? Don't you eat that yellow snow?
Yeah, it only takes 3% of the population to start change within a population.
Yeah.
So in our country, what's that? 10 million people?
Yeah.
That's all it takes.
Uh-huh.
Yet can't get 10 people on the same page.
Well, it depends on where you know, it's like your circle where you're getting your information, you know.
Well, I'd like to make a clarifier here. I called 8.5 billion people stupid, and I'm not blaming them for being stupid. They're stupid because the countries they live in do not educate them properly. It's not a personal jab to 8.5 billion people. You blame your government. Your government is not enlightening you. The government is not telling you the fucking truth for a reason. They don't want you to know the truth. They want to keep you fucking.
They're half of them out there don't even want to know the truth. You know, they live in their own fantasy world.
Well,
look, Ghost. Hey, Ghost, good to see you again.
Because they lose their power.
Greetings, Earthling.
Exactly.
Greetings, Ghost.
What's happening? My brother.
Hey, Ron. Wasn't that guy?
I went in and grabbed another beer, and I thought, man, I just fucking called 8.5 billion people stupid. I need to clarify that, man. It's not your fault.
Well,
I don't
blame.
The
thing of it is, it's 340 million that are stupid because the United States is the world leader. And it's the people that are actually the owners of the United States, which are the citizens, that are the stupid ones because they're not getting control of their government.
Well,
and they have the ability to do it.
Here's where I disagree. Try building something on your land without getting a permit and permission to do it. And then you have to have their building codes to build it to. The only state I think we have that you can build whatever the fuck you want, no one will ask questions, is Alaska. That's why they call it the the great frontier, the last frontier. You can do whatever the fuck you want out there, man. It's on you. You don't have all this oversight. Here's what gets me. Fucking what I swear to God, when they fucking first did it's mandatory you have to have car insurance. That was like that fucking pissed me off. And then these fuckers tell me I have to wear a seatbelt or I'm going to get a $150 fine. Who the fuck are you to tell me I'm not allowed to go flying through my windshield if I get in a wreck? You're protecting me from myself. That's a little bit of oversight. That sounds worse than King George. King George didn't even protect me from myself if I lived back then. That's fucking oversight, man. You're protecting myself. And if we look at all the millions of fucking laws we have, the vast majority is protecting us from ourselves.
Well, you're getting to a point there.
Why are they doing that? Why? Because you're not educating us. You're not educating our children properly. You're feeding their heads full of fucking bullshit.
They're doing it because they're behaving as guardians because the population is inept. They're incompetent. If they were competent, they would get control of their representatives, but they're not competent enough to do it. So they're going to treat the population like they're little children. And they're getting away with it.
Fluoride in the water helps.
It does. It does. It was tested out in Nazi Germany. That's what they did. That's what they did to the Jewish people in the concentration camps. They gave them fluoride.
Yeah.
Right.
But see, the thing of it is, people say that Hitler had something against all the Jewish people. That's not true. Hitler had 150,000 Jewish people in his army, in his military, and he had a lot of Jewish people that were high-ranking officers. But they were Zionists. They were the people that wanted to take over Palestine, because that was the whole purpose of World War II, was for the Zionists to take over Palestine, and they succeeded.
Yes, they did.
And the Zionist-minded Christians are 100% on board. They were 100% on board during World War II. They're 100% on board today as the Palestinians are being treated like Native Americans are being treated.
Yep. The Pope is still 100% on boys.
Well, the Vatican
that's part of their religion.
The Vatican is one of the most suppressive. It's a country, man. They're the most suppressive country of knowledge, and they hold the fucking key. Their library is a treasure trove of knowledge, but they suppress it to protect themselves. That's what I'm talking. And that greed, it goes right back to fucking greed, man. There's no other reason for this ignorance to be spreading around besides greed. Control your population. Why? Greed. It all goes back to fucking greed.
And it's a really good motivator.
Oh, it's a number one motivator. You can you can succeed. It's all up to you. You get out of high school, we done fed your head full of fucking bullshit. The world's yours. Well, it's a rigged fucking deck. No, it's not. You didn't give them the tools to fucking succeed, you assholes. You gave them the tools to fucking play your game, granted, but you didn't give these children, and that pisses me off, man. Rather they're my kids or not, they're my future. I live in this fucking country. And you're goddamn cutting their fucking heads off and then sending them out the fucking door. There you go. Good luck. Oh, man, you motherfuckers, man. That pisses me off.
Oh, it's worse than that, Street. We found out in the 1990s what was going on in the public school system. And that's another reason why I tell you that this country is socialist. Children are taught right from the time they start in school, whether it's elementary or preschool, But once they get into kindergarten, which is the public school system, they are taught in a socialist manner. They are taught based on their socioeconomic level and what kind of work they're going to be doing in the future based on their socioeconomic level. And
It's basically like India did. It was that you worked. If your father did the job, that's what you did, man, and that's what you were trained to do. But here's the catch: this country doesn't even train. If my father was a plumber, this country's not going to train me to be a fucking plumber, knowing that my father's a plumber. They don't give a fuck. They want me to struggle and fucking pay my taxes and stay alive.
I need a plumber to help with the plumbing on doing my house. I'm going to run the clean out all the way underneath from one end to the other. I'm going to have a clean out at either end,
But what they do in the public school system is if they decide that you're going to be a plumber, then they give you the English level that a plumber needs. They give you the mathematical level that the plumber needs. They give you the science level that the plumber needs. And that's all you get in academics is whatever the level of a plumber is. And that's the highest that you're going to go in life in their system. If you go any further beyond that, that's by your own fruition. But they start you out behind.
I believe it should be Montessori type. That's the best model I have ever seen in educating a child. When they enter that school at kindergarten, whatever they gravitate towards, whatever they are interested in, is what is taught to them.
A lot of people, they can only do the one thing that they were taught to do. They don't know anything about anything else, they don't know anything. They like, I only know how to make cookies.
Well,
no, I've never made meatloaf. It's like they stuck on one thing.
A Montessori, like I said, when they enter into that school system at 5 years old, whatever, 5 years old, kindergarten, whatever they gravitate towards, the rest, of course, they need to learn the basics, reading, writing, arithmetic. But anyone that went to high school and was mandatory to take algebra, stop and think about it. How many times has that benefited you in your life? Very few, unless you go, if you're going into mathematician, of course you need algebra. That's the platform you're working on, but not everybody. But then you always hear, well, there's only one teacher and there's 22 kids in my class and I can't do it all. We're not asking you to. Let the children do it for themselves. You keep fucking assuming what you're trying to throw this shit down these kids' throats. I know, because the reason I dropped out in 8th grade, I called their bluff in fucking 5th grade. I said, man, this is bullshit. You're teaching me fucking bullshit. It doesn't make any fucking sense. The only sense it makes is keep the masses fucking stupid. And don't forget, drink your water. It's got fluoride in it. We need you stupid. Well, unfortunately, every great nation crumbles from within. And our government this nation will crumble because we're not fucking educating our children to operate in the world we live in. We're not. Anyone that says we are, I've been involved. I was I was the city council president of 14 fucking schools. I know what I'm talking about here. It's fucking atrocious what they do to these children, man. And you can't fucking... I went on the inside to change it, and these fuckers stepped on me every chance I got, man. Every fucking opportunity.
Okay, what year were you involved in this public school system?
Well, fuck. I was involved with it since 1968.
No, I mean, as far as being on this council you're talking about.
2009, I was voted in as city council president. 2008, 2009. Here's how bad it was. They voted me in. Here's what the catch was. The entire city was city council, we're talking what? Like, I think there was a total of 12,000 students in this city I'm talking about. And they were in violation of losing their tax-free exempt, like the 501 or whatever they call it, because the PTA had not been active, and they let their books fucking slide. They kept like there's paperwork you got to fill out. Long story short, they neglected like 3 years worth of fucking paperwork, and they were about ready within 6 months of when I was elected. That's how. Here's the catch 22. Yeah, we'll elect you, and it's PTA. That's all women. It's like a majority women, and they said, listen, man, 6 months time, we're losing the 501 tax exempt charity. Can you help us? I thought, you dirty sons of bitches, man. This is the PTA. I'm like, I have went to you. I have wrote you
In
letters. I went to your
1968, I played violin solo for the PTA.
Well, I've went to your state fucking things, and I've submitted paperwork after paperwork to change the system, and you people ignored me. You didn't do shit. Now I said, yeah, you know what? I'll take it. And in 3 months' time, they gave me 6. 3 months' time, I took care of three fucking years worth of bookkeep. Long story short, I did 6 months, actually a year's worth of work in 3 fucking months, and got them back on the nonprofit status. Not only that, during that same time, 65% rise in PTA membership. Not only that, our fucking tills, and it's not about the money collected in PTA is to benefit the children. It has nothing to do with the school system. So I want to make that clear. I took it from we had 14 fucking buildings, and there was $5,000 between all of them. I took it from $5,000 to over $26,000 in 3 months fucking time. And all I did was fucking listen to people, man, and said, yeah, I agree with you. This is fucked up. What do you want me to do? All I was a mouthpiece for the people that were fucking speaking. And the parents were saying, we're sick of this shit. We're sick of our 1-year-old having to walk through the fucking halls quiet with their hands behind their back, following a line like they do in prison. I'm like, yeah, I agree with you, man. What can we do? And every fucking opportunity, every goddamn thing, it didn't matter. I had 6,000 fucking members behind me, and supposedly the national PTA was standing behind me because I'm a president of the school district. These fuckers left me out to dry. Said, no, we don't get involved with that. I'm like, you don't get involved with kids' education? What the hell? Why are we here? What the fuck is your purpose of you people? Well, guess what? Three.
The purpose was to give you guys something to do to work your frustrations out, but you were never going to get anything substantial done.
Exactly. So I joined a fucking group to get on the inside, and here I thought I had a fucking supporter behind me, a big brother. No, they were part of the fucking problem, man. The PTA,
Absolutely.
They're all the same, man. I found it out the hard way. These fuckers are all the fucking same. They're out to destroy the young minds in our country. I'm convinced of it.
Well, back in the 1990s, when we found out that the Common Core of Learning was being used in our schools, our public schools, and actually it was really the church people that spread it around to let people know what was going on, and there was no PTA involved in doing it. And we showed up at school board meetings, and we ended up getting rid of it, because we were not organized by a group like the PTA. All those types of things, where it ultimately goes to, where the local school district goes to, and the county school district, and the Department of Education of the state, and the Department of Education of the federal government, ends up into the international realm, where what's occurring in the schools, public schools of the United States, are being dictated by international groups through the federal Department of Education, state Department of Education, county Department of Education, and the local Department of Education. And they use it by holding back or giving money to make happen what they want happen.
I stood up in a city board of education city council meeting, and I read a letter quoting Thomas Jefferson from the book, or from the book of Revelations. I almost said the book from the Declaration of Independence, and I said I quoted about overthrowing a government not on a frivolous act. Basically, I quoted Thomas Jefferson. I looked up at the school superintendent. I said, "You are doing a crime against humanity, man, in my eyes. And I have Thomas Jefferson behind me. I demand your resignation."
Well, I wrote a letter about how the schools were acting on a system of socialism.
Well,
and I
wrote.
And I had a few of them printed in the newspaper, and then I did a small speech when I was at the school board meeting on the day that they voted down the Common Core of Learning.
Well,
but in actuality, it was too late. It was all part of Goals 2000 that was implemented by George Bush. And
yeah, no child left behind.
And the ultimate goal of the Common Core of Learning was to get laptop computers into the hands of all school children so that their schooling can be done based on the system I was telling you about, where the socioeconomic level decides what level of education is needed for each individual child, and that will be installed in the computer for each individual child. Now, we discovered that the books that will be being given out in the elementary school level, you know how everybody get a book called The Outsiders at our age when we were going to school? You remember that book? Well, The Outsiders book was printed in like a 3rd grade level of reading, a 4th grade level of reading, a 5th grade level of reading, and a 6th grade level of reading, even though they handed them out at the 6th grade level. They said that this is a self-esteem thing. We can't have the kid that can only read at a 3rd grade level be embarrassed. So what they would do is they give that child a 3rd grade level book, which means their reading level is not up to 6th grade, but they can still pass as though they're at the 6th grade level and get put into the 7th grade level. And they have the evidence to say that Common Core of Learning was a success because of all the good grades that the kids had. Now, they also implemented this throughout math and science, and they would just give students A's to pass them along and to create a false evidence that their system was successful. When the kids get into 7th grade, they tank. They'd fail.
Is that a verified pleading?
I read that, man. I kept the speech, man. It was Thomas Jefferson. It's in the Declaration of Independence, man, where he says, no government, the people have the right to question and basically overthrow their government, but not for some trivial matter. Well, I argued the fact how there's no other there's no trivial to our future, man, and you're destroying our children. I might add, 6 months after that, I rode this dumb son of a bitch. I ran for mayor because of it, man. This dumb son of a bitch, 6 months later, making $168,000. He had 3 years left on his contract. He fucking resigned and left. And I felt proud of that fact. Get the fuck out of here, you son of a bitch, man.
I know some people that behave so badly that their children are going to be terrific people. Because they saw, oh my God, you wouldn't believe what my mother did. And I ain't never going to do so. No, can't be like that.
Well, that's why we have a right to redress our government, to petition our government and to redress them. Mm-hmm. And that's what has to happen to get control of our representatives. Is there has to be a big enough group to get together to address the government, to get the bylaws in the Constitution,
My representative keeps
keep
sending me
redressing
stuff
it.
that you need to do a new release form, Every week I'm getting, you need another. It's like, I can't remember what I'm complaining about anymore. You know,
Well,
new release form. About
you know,
which one? The post
if-
office, the VA, the.
Well,
If
an
10 million,
interesting note, the mayor of my city made $68,000 a year, and he was only required to be in his office 8 hours a week. And when I went to him. I got a meeting with him, and I said, I talked the education, and he's like, educate. I have nothing to do with education, which fucking infuriated me. I'm like, what the fuck you mean you got? And then I started getting like personal. I'm like, how much money you make? And you're only required to be in your office 8 hours a week, and you're telling so you're saying that the children aren't our future. He's like, well, it's none of my concern. I'd like, it should be your every concern, man. And then he makes 68,000. That's the mayor. The Board of Education makes 168,000. Go fuck. Where's am I fucking insane? How does that make fucking any sense? So the person that oversees the entire fucking city makes 68,000. He always got to be in his office for 8 hours. The Board of Education makes $168,000 for fucking our children up, fucking our future up. What the hell, man? What the fuck's wrong with you people? You guys see any logic in that? 68? That's $100,000 fucking difference, man. So it kind of, here's where I'm going with this. That was a fucking rhetorical question. It's quite obvious the people that's fucking in charge of educating our children get paid quite fucking nicely. They get paid more than city fucking mayors for a reason, because they're
depending
fucking
on where it
overseeing
is.
the destruction of our fucking country.
Well, that's why we got to start from the top down. You got to start at the top and get control there first. They're trying to make everybody start from the bottom up when they should be starting from the top down. Now, could you imagine 10 million people of like mind getting together and saying, okay, this is what we got to do, and this is the way that we can get control of our representatives. And then they send letters, they send emails, and they even show up at the White House, right? 10 million people.
Nothing. That'll do nothing, Trusted. I'm sorry to interrupt you. That will do nothing. You know what it will take? It will take whatever amount of citizens of working age to sit their ass down and say, fuck you. And that's when they write a letter to their representative. I ain't buying nothing. I ain't going to work until you fucking sit down at the table with us, because we're tired of your bullshit. That's what it will take. That's a monumental fucking task. Good fuck. You can't even get 100,000 people to do something like that, let alone the entire fucking nation. But if the entire working adult nation sat down and said, fuck you, we're sick of your shit, we ain't doing nothing. And I'm talking military. I'm talking to everybody.
Well, actually, what it needs is the same way that the lobbyists behave. And what it takes is a citizen to have a paper in their hand, right? A constitutional amendment, which is going to work towards getting control of their representatives.
Something other than toilet paper, I hope.
Huh?
Something other than toilet paper.
Well, here's where I disagree.
It would be letter form paper, and it's only going to be able to be done by people that can read it and understand it.
Well, here's where I disagree with you, Trusted. It's their system. You ain't going to change their system. If you try to change it using their system, you're doomed to fail. It has to be
it's not changing their system. Their system was not made complete. The rules have not been completed. The founding fathers left the rules open to be completed.
Well, I'm just saying, if you think
people think their right to vote ends when they vote for their representatives, but it doesn't. This is a republic.
I don't think with the technology we have, we don't need representatives. We can directly vote now with our phones.
But you still need somebody.
We don't
You
need
still
them.
need,
We don't need them. We don't need no stinking legislature.
but you physically need a representative to tally all the votes and see what's going to happen, and then actually cast the vote. That's the same reason why we got an electoral college.
Well, my point is, once again, you're not going to change the system by going into the system trying to change it. The only
I'm
way
not
to
trying to change it. I'm not
well,
trying
if
to
you don't
change it.
change it, we have the same, trusted. If nothing changes, we live in the same. It has to
No, it has
change.
to be completed.
Nah,
What's already there does not have to be changed.
Yeah, I disagree. I think the Constitution, the Declaration of Independence is something to build on, and I think greed took it over. The only way to change it, you can't change it by their own rules. It's an
No,
oxymoron, man. It ain't going
you
to
can't.
happen.
You can't change the Declaration of Independence. The Declaration of Independence is the charter that created the United States of America. It's the Constitution, which is the bylaws, which dictates how the government's going to operate. That was left unfinished. And they even showed you by giving you the 10 Bill of Rights, they call it. That was to instruct and show people that this is an incomplete document.
And we have rights that they can't take away. The rights are given to us by God, and the government cannot take that away.
But they defined what those rights were, what the basic rights were.
Well, everybody's open to their own interpretation.
Well,
and
okay,
I
Bill.
what the interpretation that God tells me is interpreted to be.
They did take my inalienable right by the fact of making me by law put a seatbelt on. You did take my right of suicide away from me. Suicide is illegal in all 50 fucking states. Illegal. So they are taken away. God gave me my life. Who the fuck is in the government to stand in my way of taking my life? My only question is, I answer to God, not no government.
Well, all basic statutes are written in the manner as life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness for all the citizens. You can't have your desire to commit suicide possibly affect an individual and kill them in the process, because you're infringing on their right.
So me flying out of my windshield could hurt someone? Is that why you're going to justify the government's actions on that, Trusted?
I never liked the seatbelt law, and I don't think it has anything to do with flying out the windshield. I think it has to do with insurance companies getting a higher form of profit. I'm just telling you how it is that those things end up being allowed to become law. Now, if us individuals as citizens decided, hey, wait a minute, we don't want a seatbelt law. If we had the right process in place, we could make that happen.
So are you saying the government has the right? Once again, I'll revert back to suicide. You're telling me my government has the right to tell me if I'm allowed to kill myself?
They do, because the public doesn't have a say in it.
Well, what the fuck does it have to do with the public? It's my life. It's my soul. How does the public enter into this?
See, you don't understand. They're not just your representative. They're your guardian. They decide what's good for you and what's not good for you because you haven't taken control. You haven't proved yourself to be competent. And if you prove yourself to be competent, you would take the control away from the guardian. And that goes for our citizens as a whole. And like I said, it only takes 3% of the citizens to get the rights back to the people to make a decision on how they're going to live and the things that affect their lives.
That's pretty bold of a government, the United States in particular, is overseeing God and saying, I'm not allowed to kill myself. That's a pretty fucking bold move. They base themselves in God we trust, and yet You're going
Yeah,
to put
that
a
doesn't
law
even
that I
that
can't
doesn't
do
even
myself?
have.
You just superseded God and took his position and say I'm not allowed to.
In God We Trust has no business being on any government documents or on any government buildings in this country. It shouldn't be. I know why it is, but it shouldn't be. I just lost the Christian vote, didn't I?
The Pope just shot himself.
I hope not.
Now watch the news tomorrow. You know, wouldn't that be a freak event?
It would be horrible. It'd be a travesty.
Oh.
I haven't looked at the chat lately. How many people were saying I'm crazy? More than 3%. More than 3% of the population.
We're all crazy. Get used to the game. We're all crazy, man. But they're watching. That's the most important thing. They're watching.
Up Dizzy Dean, get the money out of politics and perhaps laws will be written to benefit people. Yep, that's what I'm talking about. Get the money out of politics. The money, all the money of the United States federal government is the citizens of the United States federal government. United States federal government has the ability to print money. They don't have to borrow it. And whether they borrow it or print it, it is the people's money, and the people have a right to say what happens with that money. Yet we don't have the ability to do so because we don't have the right to vote on any issues whatsoever.
Well, think about how many trillions, I'm not talking billions, trillions of dollars have been spent overseas for whatever reason. Usually overthrowing other fucking countries and shit. And then people back here are fucking gullible enough, like 9/11. 9/11 is a great fucking example. I was born and raised in this country. I believe in this country. I don't believe in the path they're taking, but I believe what they were they were supposedly founded on. Ask yourself, what would possess someone to do 9/11? Well, if you look through the fucking records on Charlie Wilson's war, that'll tell you the fucking story. Russia was annihilating these fuckers over in Afghanistan. America supplied fucking arms, and guess who they were supplying it to? Osama bin Laden and his people. And then all of a sudden, Russia announced they were pulling out. Well, okay, our game, and this is how world governments think. The death of millions of fucking people is a game to them. So they pulled fucking out. They pulled their support and left Osama bin Laden and all his people. I know this for a fucking fact. I'm not speaking out my ass here. It's a fact. America left him and his people who we supported to fight Russia, our enemies, pulled the fuck out and left them fucking hanging, man. And they were annihilated. Russia fucking was like, payback, motherfucker. You don't have the United States backing you now and all their shit. Well, it goes to, I'm not saying 9/11 was right, but for anyone to say, how dare, and instantly, oh, fucking Islam, no, had nothing to fucking do with it. It had to do with the United States, once again, sticking their nose in, trying to fucking overthrow and do stupid shit in other fucking countries. Trillions of fucking dollars. When we have homeless, we have uneducated children, you name it, we have it in our own country. And you're spending our tax dollars in other fucking countries to fuck with them and overthrow them because of Russia, and you want to, no different than Vietnam. It's no fucking different than this shit has been going on long a fucking enough, man. And who suffers? We the people fucking suffer. Well, if I'm not mistaken, the Declaration of Independence starts, we the people. We are the fucking people. I'm sick of my fucking government doing these atrocities throughout fucking all over the world, and then we have to pay for it. We the people pay for it. I'm fucking sick of it, man.
Well, our federal government created Osama bin Laden. You know, Osama bin Laden, from the bin Laden family, his dad was a major contractor for the United States federal government in Saudi Arabia. The United States federal government made Osama bin Laden's father extremely wealthy. And if you think for one moment that the CIA was not in contact with Osama bin Laden right from the time he was a young child, you'd be naive to think that. The CIA, that's what they do.
So where did Osama hide his treasure?
What's that? Where did Osama
bin Laden hide his treasure?
Out in the open.
Well, my point was this, and you know, people, 9/11, it brought solidarity to the country like it hasn't seen since World War II. It was needed to do this fucking atrocity war that they created. And it's funny you mentioned Saudi Arabia. Those fuckers has been pushing our buttons since the 70s, man. They have been fucking, since they gained control and got billionaires and all those sheiks, they have pushed our fucking, we are their little fucking minions that they have their army to protect them. And they know we will. If you look back at, Michael Moore did a great fucking film, man. If you look back at 9/11, Osama bin Laden's family in America and Saudi Arabia's themselves, wealthy ones, were escorted on a private government fucking jet out of this country. There was like 120 of them. They personally got a fucking private jet that our government, which is tax dollars, paid for to get them out of the fucking country. And then we went to war with fucking Saddam Hussein, their arch enemy. Saddam Hussein was cornering the market over there. When he took Kuwait, all he was doing was fucking with Saudi Arabia. Guess what? Bush and his fucking little cronies, Cheney and all those fuckers, and whoever's pulling their fucking strings said this is our prime opportunity, man. They're fucking with our buddies.
It was even worse than that. One of Osama bin Laden's brothers lived in Charlestown, Massachusetts. I was up in that area at that time. Matter of fact, when 9/11 happened, I was on a stage and on the side of the World Trade Center West Tower in Boston when that event had happened. But nonetheless, Osama bin Laden's brother lived in Charlestown, and he was one of the people that they rushed out of the country.
Yep.
Now, a few years prior to 9/11, Osama bin Laden's brother approached a guy that was from MIT, and the guy had created recreational submarines that was operated by a single person that he was putting out on the public market to sell. And I think he was selling them at like $250,000 a piece for these recreational submarines. Osama bin Laden's brother approached the guy and said he wanted to buy 12 of them, but he would only buy them if this guy would come to the Middle East and train people how to use them. So this guy took a deposit from Osama bin Laden's brother to sell him 12 of these private submarines. He then went to the FBI and talked with the FBI and says, hey, I think this is Osama bin Laden's brother that wants to buy 12 private submarines and wants me to go to Saudi Arabia or wherever, someplace in the Middle East, to teach people how to use these. This doesn't sound kosher. The FBI ended up dropping the guy like a lead balloon and just left him out there possibly to be victimized by the bin Laden people because the guy not only refused to deliver the submarines, he refused to give them their deposit back.
Wow. Well, my whole point of bringing up 9/11 is it's not always what the government sells you to believe. That was a direct impact of their actions in the Middle East. That's all it is. And they want to sell it like they learned a valuable lesson in Vietnam. I'll give them that much credit. They learned that you have to have your country behind you in order to sustain a fucking war. You have to, man.
Oh yeah, we're talking about propagandists, and we're talking about creating a sense of nationalism. When World War II ended, and I'm going to say it's ended at the time that the Germans were conquered, even though, like I said, I believe that the end result was to invade Palestine. But we'll say when the Germans were defeated. Between Russia and the United States, they took all the German, I'll call them the brilliant people, the scientists, the really brilliant people, and the United States got half of them, and Russia got the other half of them. And we're talking about propagandists.
Like Japan got a few.
What's that?
China got a few.
Maybe they did. I only know about United States and Russia. But they got rocket scientists. They got other chemical scientists. They got medical doctor scientists. All these people that were doing all these things to create the war that they created in Germany, to experiment on human beings, to experiment in propaganda. They brought them, half of them to the United States and half of them to Russia. Don't think that they didn't use the propaganda specialists to learn how to use propaganda against their own citizens. Because in the 1950s, the head of the CIA at the time, that's when they were getting into that, one of them is called Mockingbird, Operation Mockingbird, and there was another one. But it was about propaganda using the major media. What is it? And so they were actively, and if you were to look into it and start looking at Operation Mockingbird, for example, you would be able to discover that the CIA was actively using propaganda against the people of the United States. Don't think that ever ended.
I believe propaganda in the United States was enacted in the Declaration of Independence. That's what started it all.
You could say it was, but the propaganda was against the people that we had to get support from to create the nation. If not, it never would have happened.
I'm not saying I'm against the United States. I'm not. It's the country I was born and raised in. I'm against their behavior. I'm not against what they were founded on if they fucking held true to what they were founded on. They're not holding true. Never. Even back when the minute that the ink wasn't even fucking dried and they never upheld to it. It was fucking an idea they sold. It's a fucking goddamn. It's the DeLorean car. The Declaration of Independence is the DeLorean car, man. It is. This motherfucker does not rust. It'll give you everything you want. Just come on in. Man,
well, it's not really the DeLorean because it does have everything we need inside of it to become a country where the people are in control of their government.
There's where we disagree, Trusted. I think it was an unfair playing field from the beginning. They were the greedy, wanting to get away from a greedy king, and they still used their greed to fucking bring in the sheep, basically.
Well, that did happen.
No intentions of it being. They sold a fucking idea. Is it a great idea? It is. It's revolutionized. I mean, yeah, the idea of the founding of this country is revolutionary. I'm not saying it's not. It on paper, it's fucking perfect, man. But enacted, it is fucking fraught with fucking disaster because of greedy fucking men.
Well, yeah, that is where we disagree because I see everything that's needed is in the Declaration of Independence, and the Constitution is what hasn't been finished, and if it's ever finished, that's what is needed, and it can be done. And yes, the greedy people were used. The slaveholders were used. The Christians that held power, the male Christians that held power over the women, that was used. But if they were to be gone against right from the beginning, it never would have worked. There never would have been enough people in order to go up against the English. They would have just stuck with the English.
I was used too, just asking 7 bachelorettes.
Let me ask you this, Rusted. I don't know, man. Never mind. If this is the best this fucking world can produce, I'm talking United States government, what we're founding on, not what we actually are, but the paper that documents us as who we stand for. If that's the best this fucking world has come up with in how many thousands of years, man, what the fuck? Why are we even here? That makes no fucking sense. That's the best you can fucking come up with, man. That's it.
It's an awesome document if you dissect it. The problem is,
if you live by it, not dissect it. If they actually fucking live by it, I agree. It is a phenomenal way of life for humanity.
First thing, the first thing the average citizen has to understand it, and once they understand it, they will then understand they're being lied to.
Well, a lot of people don't understand that there's a lot of people who understand and don't need to, that they already know all this shit. So, and I got it under what control I need it under, I'm watching what's happening but I'm not going to make myself a target.
Well, yeah,
that's a great point, Bill. That's a great point, because as soon as you open your mouth, guess what? You got a target on your ass. You're against it. You're against their beliefs. I'm not against the Declaration of Independence. I'm against the people that enact it, which is all bullshit. They use that as a fucking shield, in my opinion. And they don't fucking live by it.
Yeah.
I'll probably be dead tomorrow, man. I don't fucking care. I'll probably get I don't fucking care.
No, they don't. The people within our government and the people within the colleges and the professors, right down to the friggin' grade school teachers that tell the children what the Declaration of Independence is about and what the Constitution is about, they all lie. That's the problem.
I told my neighbor, I said, you don't need your binoculars. I'm on YouTube.
Scientologists, Bill. Those are Scientologists.
No, he's one of them. He's one of them Cherokees from Oklahoma.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
What's he doing in Colorado?
He was talking about moving to New Mexico. He said he can get 175 for his mobile home.
Well, it's his choice what direction he wants to go. I was just wondering because there is a Cherokee Nation in Oklahoma.
Yeah.
Like I said, that's where they got sent to from the Trail of Tears. They ended up in a place that they named it. It's called No Water. And the natives named it that because there's no water here.
Yeah, when I was designing microwave systems for Sprint in the 80s, 84 and stuff, I was going from building the system from Des Moines to Denver. It was 27 microwave towers, and it was 6 gigahertz, about 25 miles between towers, and there's a place in Iowa called Atwood. Atwood is that's what the map said. The topo map said Atwood, 7.25. But the topo map, the next one down, on a topo map, the trees are green, and there was absolutely no green on the map. So that one was Atwood. This one's no wood. you know. And so, but yeah, I named a place called No Wood.
Here's where I have an issue, man, with the world thought pattern, and it's not just that I'm not just getting down on the United States, but let's look at this. United States, there is Army recruiters. Okay, you voluntarily or in a draft, you join, and they teach you how to kill someone. That's like gladiator days, ladies and gentlemen, and the nation that has the best technology to kill the most people and the best trained, that philosophy has not changed since written history, since Mesopotamians, Sumerians. We
As
see
George Carlin said,
and
they have
time.
bigger dicks, kill them.
Well, I'll take it one step further, and I'm not degrading them. I'm saying it's a necessary evil. I'm not like putting these people down. I'm just saying I think we need to change our fucking philosophy. If we put statues up to fucking generals who, they killed a lot of fucking people. Basically, we fucking we put the greatest killer on a fucking pedestal. But that's because the government says it's okay. Now, if you have a serial killer, we're going to condemn him to death. But this general, this motherfucker, because we told him to kill someone, he killed 100 million people. Goddamn, build a statue to that son of a bitch. This Bundy, oh no, that's serial killer. He's a bad guy. We didn't tell him to kill anybody. So, where are you going to draw the line here? How are you? And you call yourself civilized. So it's okay if the government tells you to kill someone, and we'll train you how to do it. Don't worry about that. We'll train you how to do it. That's okay. But someone to take death onto themselves and commit a death onto someone else because the government didn't tell them, that's not permitted. Where do we draw the line?
Mitchell was in Santa Fe.
How is that fucking possible, ladies and gentlemen? How the fuck is that goddamn possible? And once again, I want to make it clear, I'm not putting down any military person. Thank you for your service. We're here because of you. We always will be because of you. I'm just saying I think it's fucking flawed. That system is fucking flawed. How do we get rid of that fucking system? How? How do we get rid of spending trillions of fucking dollars? And I'm just talking our country. Every country does it. Trillions of fucking dollars on defense while you have homeless and despair and fucking, you name it, your citizens are suffering. But goddamn, you got a fucking missile that'll hit a fucking fly's ass. What the fuck? Where did the priorities fucking, how did that happen? It doesn't make sense, man. That's all I'm saying. Enough's enough, people.
Well, it does. It makes sense because us people, we don't have control. We don't have a say in it. It's the corporations that profit from all this evilness that making the decisions.
Well, that's my point, Trusted. Then what makes you think that you're going to change the people that do have the decisions? That's a feeble fucking attempt. You ain't going to change these people. I don't give a fuck how many people you got behind you. You will not fucking change them.
You don't have to change the opinion of the corporations. You got to get control of your government so that you're the one that makes the decision, not your representative.
Yeah, good luck with that.
There's a guy named Durham. He's stirring up a lot of stuff right now.
Well, I'm not trying to stir up anything. I'm not a militia. I'm not against. I'm just saying enough's enough, man. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up, fucking world. God damn it, man. Enough's a fucking enough. When are we going to say enough's a fucking enough, man? It's like a drug, a fucking heroin addict. When are you going to be tired? When are you going to be sick enough of tired and being sick? Enough's a fucking enough, man.
Well, one of the problems is, you know how people say there's a shadow government, right?
There's a shadow Fenn too. It's on the cover of Too Far to Walk.
But what the shadow government actually is is the bureaucrats that are in place. It's the advisors to the senators, the congressmen, the president, the vice president. It's those people that influence what happens in our country. The military advisors, these people, these our so-called representatives make decisions based on what the advisors tell them instead of what it is that we want them to do. And those shadow government people, the advisors, the bureaucrats, they all come out of the corporations that they are promoting to get business for them, essentially.
It's sad, isn't it? It's disgusting. If
It
people
is,
take the time
it
to
is a
think about
disgusting
it,
mess.
it's disgusting, man. I get upset to my stomach even thinking about this shit.
I do too, because I say, who the hell are these people? They claim they're my representative, yet they don't represent me.
Oh, I think all of Washington D.C. is about to receive a gigantic douche.
You think so?
I think the vinegar is going to clean all the crap out of that once and for all.
I think they're actually afraid that the people are getting their heads out of their asses.
They're all quitting and committing suicide before they get thrown in frickin' prison.
Well, I think they do have a concern, and I think that's what that whole January 6th thing was about.
Well, I'm tired of this government doing all types of atrocities overseas, and they say they're protecting me. No, you're putting me in jeopardy, man. You're putting me and my family in fucking jeopardy because you keep sticking your nose in other fucking countries' business, overthrowing them. All the black ops. That's not. You can't justify you're standing up for me and protecting me. No, you brought the heat down on me, man. That makes no fucking sense. I can't get behind that.
Nancy Pelosi orchestrated that whole January 6th thing. She had Antifa there to do the break-in and then get people to come in and make it look like it was all staged by Nancy. She refused to have the security Trump wanted to have there because she wanted to have her event.
Because they don't want to allow the population in the White House to do what it is that I'm telling you should be done. They're afraid that it's going to happen.
Well, it's going to happen anyhow. They're going to get their ass kicked out of there.
Well, they shouldn't be getting their ass kicked out of there by people going in and physically removing them. That's unacceptable.
No, it's not going to be that. It's going to be the freaking army. The military is going to come and march them down to Gitmo because a lot of what they did was treason.
Oh, they're war criminals. Hey, wait a minute.
They're war criminals. That's why they're going to go and arrest them all.
Well, I don't disagree with that.
And don't be surprised when that guy from Kentucky, Mitch McConnell, goes with them.
No, I've heard a lot over the years that there are high-level people in the military that are sick and tired of listening to these fucking chicken hawks, and that's what they call them, fucking chicken hawks, telling them what to do and rain down holy hell around the world.
Well, here's my point. The concept is their job, and we're talking the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Let's just center on that group, the Joint Chief of Staff. And you mentioned it earlier, Trust Living, they advise the president, right? Their entire fucking career is about killing other fucking people. Killing them. That's their fucking job. So our president is taking advice.
Had a job like that.
Staff that is highly trained on fucking killing people, and they have a vast array of fucking weapons to do that. That disturbs me. That fucking bothers me greatly, man. What kind of a fucking system? What kind of a world is that when your Joint Chief, your trusted advisors, militarily, and it's throughout history. I'm just not picking on the United States. It's fucking Samaria, all of them. So because it happened before, it's a good thing to do now. Haven't we fucking learned anything yet? As a race, as a humanity, we have not learned yet. Apparently, fucking not, man.
Well, what about this one? There are people in the White House involved in these advisory positions and involved in the bureaucracies that are dual citizens. They are dual citizens of the nation of Israel, and they're a citizen of the United States of America, yet they work in our government at high levels. Well, a dual citizen working in our government at high levels is a spy, a dual agent, by definition.
Well, let's
yeah,
Israel.
Kissinger was too.
Well, you said Israel. That's God. Of course, we were founded on God. Of course, we're going to align with God. It's what we trust in. That doesn't surprise me at all.
The sociopathic mass murderer.
Yes.
Which is Israel.
Yes. How many? I told a story. Long story short, one of my brothers was going to be a minister, and he went to a theological.
Yeah, my brother was an RP.
Yeah, he went 3 years, and he would pick on me to like discuss shit, right? Just so he could like practice his trade. And I'm like, yeah, I'm a willing subject, but what do you got, man? And it was nothing but death, despair, but it was justified. And we had one conversation. I said, you know what? I looked up in the fucking Encyclopedia Britannica. You know how many wars and people died in the name of God? Let's just look at the Roman Catholic Church itself. Let's look at the Spanish Inquisition. They killed more people than Hitler did. And the people they killed were Jews. Why did they kill them? Because they denounced God and would not say they were torturing the shit out of these people. But, Hitler gets the bad fucking rap. Shit. Whatever fucking Pope was in fucking charge of the Roman Inquisition, they say it was, what was that fucking the bishop or whatever. No, it went all the way up to the fucking Pope. The Pope sanctioned it. And the Pope actually killed more Jewish people than Hitler. But do fucking people talk about that? No, they don't. Hitler's the bad guy, which he was. I'm not saying he's not. But no, history doesn't talk about that. This is the Roman Catholic. And did I mention earlier that the Roman Catholic Church has the greatest secret fucking library in the world that will actually give fucking answers? Do they share it?
This pedophile network too.
So let's see. They don't share their knowledge, and they kill all their opposition. God damn, that ain't a fucking religion, man. I don't even consider it a cult. I consider it a dictatorship.
But the only Jewish people that they killed was any Jewish people other than the Zionists. And the Zionists are actually a relatively new group, started like in the 1860s.
You're breaking up.
Oh no, the Zionists.
I can't hear you. Oh shit!
Yes,
I can't hear you, Bill.
My brother in the thing here.
Hold on here, Trusted. The Zion religion has been around.
If you can hear me, I'll come back right quick. I lost my sound.
That was your sound. Oh, yeah. It was probably. Well,
you can hear me.
Yeah, I hear you. We hear you.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, check out the backstage. I'll come right back in.
Good, because I farted.
No, Trusted. Zionism is older than Christianity itself.
No, I'm talking about the modern Zionist movement, which started in the 1860s in Germany.
Well, Zionism itself is older than Christianity. Christianity is an offshoot of Zionism. Christians considered Zionism as the rich and powerful playing their games, and Christianity wanted to be the poor and reach out to the masses. But it's basically the same fucking concept.
The Zionists were the Jewish people that wanted to go back to Palestine and take it over and create a new nation called Israel. That's what a Zionist is. What they call Mount Zion is a place known as Tel Megiddo, which is the location of what you would read about that's called the place of Armageddon. The Zionists are the people that wanted to go back to the Palestine and take it over. And I say go back, but I shouldn't say go back. But they wanted to go to Palestine and take it over and create a new nation of Israel. That's the Zionists.
Well,
it started in, I think it was 1865. I want to say the guy's first name was Herschel.
Walker?
Maybe his last name was Herschel. I don't remember off the top of my head. It's hard to keep track of all these deviants.
There's a lot in the chase too.
But he never lived long enough in order to see what he started come to fruition. But he was the one that started it. Well, hey, how about this? Do you know what had happened before Hitler started killing Jewish people in Germany in concentration camps? There was an international Jewish conference in the United States of America, and had it put out in print in Europe that the Jewish people declare war on Germany, and that all of the Jewish people are soldiers against Germany. That's why Hitler.
Well, I do know his greed side of his humanity, knew he had a war against the world, and he knew the Jews held the money, so he targeted them. Plus, he already had a hatred towards the Jewish race to begin with after World War I. I do know his number one driving force for annihilating the Jews was for their fucking money, man. He wanted their money to fuel his fucking whatever he called utopia.
He was fulfilling what Herschel wanted, which is to get the Jewish people to go to Palestine. Either you're going to go or we're going to kill you and take all your money. But they didn't say that like that out loud. And like I said, it was actually the Jewish international group in the United States that declared war on Germany before any of those evil atrocities happened. And they actually outlined it and said what the atrocities were going to be before they ever happened.
Well, that's interesting. Okay, so we have Hitler killing millions of freaking Jews for whatever reason. We can debate it forever. He had a reason. Let's look at the Spanish Inquisition. They killed more Jewish people than Hitler did. What was their motivating factor, man?
Well, because people wouldn't join the religion that they wanted them to join.
Control.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, it's about control and greed and money and all that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, the Vatican isn't even. Last I checked, the Vatican was the third richest nation or entity in the world, and they're not even a fucking country. They're just a little area inside Rome.
Yeah, they're really the vault for the whole shebang.
Yeah, they're good. They're good at the game they play. I'll give them that. They've had many hundreds, if not thousands of years to perfect their fucking game. But how can you justify? You want me to follow your beliefs when you killed more people than fucking Hitler. The God you fucking want me to worship and bow down to and live to their standards has killed more people than anyone on the fucking planet. God damn. What the fuck is wrong with goddamn people's priorities? If we are to worship, how the fuck dare you? We are to worship worldwide a fucking God that is beyond a shadow of a doubt a sociopathic serial killer. How low is our fucking human standard? And we have governments picking on us at the same time, judging us however they wish. What the fuck is wrong with humanity, man?
Well, the Pope and that whole council of priests that they have there at the Vatican, they are that God you read about in the Bible.
Oh shit!
They are. And
they literally are. They are that
to themselves.
That Elohim
themselves and those who go along with it.
Yeah.
That Elohim that I was reading about the other night on your channel, the modern equivalent in Catholicism is the Pope and the council that he has at the Vatican.
Yep.
Oh, God.
And governments bow down to them. You know, it's interesting that the United States was found on separation of church and state. You know, back in Europe, the church dictated what the fucking king would do. They were the overall fucking seers. You had a king, but he answered to the fucking Pope, man. He answered to the religion of his area.
United States the women do the dictating, and we do whatever they tell us.
Well, it was unique that fancy idea, very fancy, separate church from state. I agree. But in fucking paper, yep, sounds fucking idyllic. In reality, it never did separate. Our fucking money says, in God we fucking trust. There's not a single elected president that stood up and said, I do not believe in God. They all put their fucking hand on the ball. Oh, I go to this. They're proud of the fact that the church, I've been going to this church for 20 years. I believe in God. They put their fucking hand on the goddamn Bible and swear to God. Man. So you're swearing to a sociopathic serial killer. I'm not too fucking impressed with our elected officials and their philosophy on my life. Doesn't impress me, man.
Well, think about it. The founding fathers, there was a few of them that were Masons, part of the Masonic Lodge. And their concept of God is the supreme being, the creator, not necessarily the God of the Bible. But if that's who your God is, that's okay. If you're Jewish and you want to come in, that's okay. And, you know, if you ever notice, they wear the fez hats, cone-shaped hats that the Arabs wear. So, yeah, Arabs are welcome too.
We want to corrupt all you fuckers. You're all welcome to be mind fucked by us. Come on in. We'll fuck the hell out of you.
Mind fuck a go-go, yeah.
Yeah, we don't care. We'll fuck you all, man. I'm just honestly, my thinking has been the same since the 70s. I'm tired of being ostracized because I think different. And I'll give you an example. I am very thankful for the military. I am. But at the same time, I pity them, man. I pity the fact that you take great solace in your country. I'm thankful that our country welcomes them and thanks them when they come home from battle. But I think our concepts are fucking wrong. I'm not saying I'm thankful to every one of them, man. You wish your fucking life for my safety. I am very fucking thankful. But my point is this. I think it's a flawed fucking concept. Stop it, man. We need to stop fucking putting military as our fucking heroes. They shouldn't be our fucking hero. We shouldn't even have a fucking military, man. In a utopian, perfect society.
We gotta have a military, Hector. We'll never survive in this world without a military.
I'm not saying get rid of the military. I'm saying get rid of the idea of needing a military. Now, how do you do that? I'll go right back to the word I said many, many times: greed. Get rid of fucking greed. Greed is what is killing us people. Well, I did that video. I have over 100 fucking different countries watching my stupid ass fucking talk. And if you're watching me, it's not government leaders watching me. I have like Eastern Bloc. There's some names that pop up. There's some countries that pop up that I'm like, oh shit, oh fuck, I get scared. But at the same time, I stop and thinking like, man, they're people. This isn't a government watching me. That tells me these people in these countries that I was taught to fucking hate and fear. They're no different than me. They just want to be happy, man. I just want to be fucking happy. How can I be fucking happy? How can I be happy in this world, man?
Well, you can't get rid of greed, and this is why. Greed is a human emotion, and it's also known as avarice and gluttony.
Oh, I disagree.
Greed is gluttony.
Disagree. I think that is the key. That is the key to world happiness. Eliminate greed. The big question is, how do we do that? We can do it from the bottom up. Well, here's the fucking golden lining. It's not a silver lining. It's a golden lining to that cloud in my mind. We can eliminate greed from the bottom up. We don't have to ask our government to do it. We can do it for them. Well, let me rephrase that. Worldwide. I'm thinking worldwide. We can eliminate it worldwide from the bottom up. And that's the awakening. When people actually realize, son of a bitch, I really fucking matter. My opinion fucking matters, and I'm going to stand up for it. I've had enough of being jerked around by, and we all agree, we disagree with our fucking politicians. You cannot go in a country, any fucking country in this planet, where fucking people don't say, I disagree. That's not what I believe. So where's the disconnect? The disconnect is the greed that's governing these fucking countries. How do we eliminate it? We don't eliminate it from the bottom up. Like you were saying, Trusted, it's a fucking never-ending battle. You will not change the powers to be. You cannot change it by going in and changing them. You have to change it from the bottom up. It's not Reaganism with trickle down. It's trickle up. We will change you. You have no fucking choice. We will change you.
Well, you're going to change it.
Happen worldwide.
It's the bottom.
Will be assimilated.
It's the bottom.
Resistance is futile.
It's the bottom that got to go up to the top and change the top down. But all these things that we're talking about, none of them are going to occur anytime soon. It's going to take hundreds, if not 1,000 years for this stuff to happen.
That Trusted, that's what they said 100 or 1,000 years ago. We got an idea. We're going to change it. No, it don't. It never changes. It does.
So go out there and get yourself in the forest and enjoy it while you can, because you ain't going to be here when it's fixed.
There you go.
But that don't mean you can't be like Forrest and affect the future.
Right.
He's affected the future a whole lot. People got married because of Forrest. People have fallen off of cliffs because of Forrest. People have drowned in rivers because of Forrest.
Any of those things happen because of
more
Forrest.
lives than his father ever did.
I don't think any of those things happen because of Forrest.
Or is it, his father influenced his life, therefore all the lives he influenced were influenced by his father.
Well, going back to the founding fathers of this country and writing the Declaration of Independence, they didn't write it for that creation to automatically start happening. They knew by looking back at history how things happen, that it takes a long, 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 long time.
Yeah.
1,000-year increment.
You know, Samuel Adams is one of my cousins.
Huh?
Who the fuck aren't you related to, Bill? God damn.
Marilyn Manson. Boy George.
Well,
Barbara
Bill,
Anderson.
Bill, you said that your lineage goes back to King John Lackland of England.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like 27th great grandfather.
Mine does too. And
He-
about 1/3 of the population of the United States could say the same thing if they did the research.
No, because more than that are people from Saudi Arabia.
Not that many yet. That's what the Egyptians that lasted for their few thousand years. They came out of, like you're saying, Atlantis.
Yeah.
I go with Lemuria. But either way, they came from an ancient civilization that controlled all the religions of the world.
The reason they think there's Egyptian stuff in the Grand Canyon is because it's Atlantean stuff, and the people from Atlantis had the influence on Egyptian stuff.
Right, and the only thing that I would differ in is saying it came from Lemuria, crossed across North America, and went to Atlantis.
From the lemurs, where's Lemuria? Madagascar or something?
No, Lemuria is where the Hawaiian Islands are in the South Seas. There used to be a continent there of 60 million people and was there for 200,000 years, controlling the entire Earth.
No, I think the Native Americans are a mix of people from all around the world that either came from China and Asian stuff, Polynesian stuff came from the West, and white people, the Vikings, and people long before the Vikings came here and mixed within, So the world's been populated. They found human stuff in San Diego that's dated 250 million or 250,000 years, or no, 220,000 years ago. 220,000, not the 15,000 they want you to believe. Why do they want you to believe the 50? Because they don't want you to know that the shit started here and not over in the Middle East.
Right. They don't want you to know the truth.
I've heard.
Once you know the truth, you'll know all the religions are connected.
Yeah, they all have the same basic theme. I've heard of a prehistoric buffalo skull they found, I think, in the out west someplace, Montana or something, and I think it's Montana.
And it's as big as a modern buffalo.
Well, they actually found a round hole in its skull, and they said there's no other explanation but a bullet. It's a fucking bullet that killed it, because there's no growth around it, and it's an actual hole, like a circle, like a bullet would do. And it dates back, what you're talking, it dates back hundreds of thousands of fucking years. What's the odds? I've heard, of course, Christianity. The article I read, there was a Christian theologian came in and said, well, it could have been an explosion of an earthquake or something, or a volcano, or no, man, it was a fucking circle, a perfect circle, which kind of led me when I came across Forrest Fenn, and didn't he have something about a buffalo skull he shows a lot, and then he shows a something about a arrowhead or something.
Yeah, and about the Clovis point and the ribs of a mammoth and all. I think these ancient people, they hunted the buffalo from the back of the mammoth. They rode the mammoth and hunted the buffalo that were there. Then were as big as an elephant is today.
Well, if we have recorded history,
were 3 times the size of the elephants today.
If we have recorded history of out west in the 1840s, 1850s of these phoenixes, these flying metal fucking ships terrorizing Western fucking cities in the early to mid 1800s. We have skulls of fucking prehistoric buffaloes with basically a bullet in their fucking head. Well, yeah, 1840s, a flying fucking Phoenix, a flying airplane. Yeah, I think they would have the technology to kill something with a bullet back 200,000 years ago.
The arrows in Forrest is a projectile, so is a bullet. So an arrow is a bullet, and BBs are bullets, arrows are bullets, rocks are bullets.
Which leads me to the FBI investigation. Shortly afterward, Forrest releases the chase. He's dug 20-some fucking years in San Lazaro. I honestly, beyond a shadow of a doubt, believe that he unearthed something that is worldwide shaking. It'll shake the foundation of our entire existence, of what we were taught to believe.
I see a comment here by Dizzy Dean. Says, trusted, I'm with you, but a quarter of the population can't understand a McDonald's menu, let alone the Constitution. And that, in my opinion, goes back to the education system. They are not educated to learn how to understand such complex writing as the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution, and the people that they look to as experts are lying to them.
So that's where I go back to, for their own protection, they're keeping our youth stupid in order to protect their own power.
Absolutely.
That's called decadence, and that's what countries crumble from within.
Despotism.
Yeah. It's sad.
That's a Declaration of Independence.
And if three fucking
despotism and they're tyrants.
And if three old fuckers come up to this conclusion just sitting around bullshitting, it's not a big fucking secret, man. It's not, anyone can, I mean, it's disgusting.
Well, you know what cognitive dissonance is?
Propaganda?
Well, cognitive dissonance, you could look it up online. You can look it up on YouTube and see about some of the experiments that happen. It's basically when a person is not rewarded enough for their opinion that they're going to come about to have. It creates a mental state where they make excuses for what they're doing or what they won't do.
So it stifles creativity, in other words.
Well, it's an emotional response. And there was an experiment done where there was a bunch of people that were given $20. And they were told, we'll give you $20, and what you're going to do is...
mine.
What's that?
I didn't get mine.
No, Bill didn't get in there. But in this experiment, they were given $20 to sit at this electrical switch panel. And they were told there was a volunteer in another room that has electrodes put onto them. And if they don't answer properly, the operator is supposed to give them a shock. And each time they give them a shock, the shock becomes more intense and more intense and more intense. And what it was to see how far the person would go in shocking the individual as they're not answering the questions or not answering them properly.
And the study realized that the participant giving the shock had great fucking joy in the fact that they had control of another human being. I read that. I saw that study. Yes, their final analysis was it actually, the person enjoyed it. They acted like they didn't, but they did. The fact that they were in control.
But that was part of it. And, they went pretty high to shocking the people, or what they thought was shocking people, where they're screaming bloody murder.
Yeah, and they were actors. They were actors.
Yes, and these people are still doing it. So the cognitive dissonance part comes in later when they question the people that were at the switchboard. And one of the first things they would ask them is, did you enjoy the experiment? And, you know, a lot of them, they would say yes. And they would say, okay, would you participate in the experiment again? And a lot of them would say yes. And then they'd make up excuses of what they would make up.
And then they hook the electrodes on them.
These people give it $20 to do that.
Let the shocker get shocked. And then see what he thinks.
It goes back to it's a government entity, a college. You can trace it back to the government. Psychologically, these participants at that panel, given the shocks, had the government's permission to do this. And they thought they were adhering to the government's fucking will. Right? That's where it was a sick fucking, yeah, I read that study, man. It was fucking sick. I looked at it totally different. I'm like, you're looking for obedient fucking people to carry out your torture is what you're basically fucking saying.
But what it showed is, you know, it's all emotional. That's why they call it cognitive dissonance, and they distance themselves from reality is what they do. So the more sophisticated the individual is that gets in that state, the better the excuses they can make up for what they're doing.
Yeah.
That's the same reason why, for example, the mafia crime families, right? They don't reward the people that do all the really atrocious acts with a lot of money. They reward them in very little amounts to keep that cognitive dissonance going in them.
They reward them with loyalty. Loyalty. If you do me a favor, if I'm the mob boss, the more favors you do, the less likely I'm going to whack your ass. It's security on both ends. You know, the mob boss knows he has a fucking willing participant to do whatever he wants. The participant looks at it like, this motherfucker ain't going to kill me. It's no different than the government. No fucking, it's the same basic psychological concept, man, as that test you're talking about. It's talking about pleasing the powers to be and thinking like them and actually making excuses of why you do it.
Yeah.
You okay, Bill?
Yeah, I'm untwisting this flag. It's big knot, man. It was time for this one to come down.
You ever hear of the blue eye, brown eye experiment?
Oh, when you're down there looking at the old brown eye, you mean?
No.
No. Got that orange ready?
The blue eye, brown eye experiment was done in an elementary school in the 1950s. And the teacher had this guy show up at the elementary school class, and the teacher told all the students that scientifically the blue-eyed people were smarter than the brown-eyed people. Yeah. And he provided, that this is all a scientific thing and there's nothing anybody can do with it. So anyhow, after he had said that to the children's behavior started changing, and they started grouping up into groups of blue-eyed children and groups of brown-eyed children. So there was this one child that was blue-eyed and this one child that was brown-eyed that got into a physical altercation. So they questioned the child. And I don't remember the kid's name, and we'll say Johnny, and say, Johnny, why, what happened? That was one of your really good friends. Why did you hit him? And he's like, he called me a bad name. And they're like, well, what was the bad name? He says, he called me brown eyes. And it was an experiment to show how quickly and easily it is to put racism into the minds of children, because it was a physical characteristic of people that if you tell one class of people that they're smarter than the other class of people, there's going to cause this problem when one feels more superior of the other one.
I watched a study of third graders. We're talking 7, 8 year olds, and they put them in a room and put some things in front of them, candy, stuff like that. And they said, listen, there's someone watching you right now, watching you and making sure you're good. And then they left the room and left the child in there by themselves. Well, you could see every single participant, the kid kind of looked around, and most of them would not touch or do nothing, man. Nothing. Then all of a sudden they introduced 2 kids into the same room and told them the same thing. Listen, man, there's someone watching you, judging you right now. Just keep an eye on you, making sure you're good. And now there's 2 children in there. These 2 children went back and forth, and every single case, they both talked themselves into eating the candy in front of them, man. It's candy. It's kids, 7, 8-year-olds. Every single one of the kids put into singly, none of them touched the candy. They just like talked like, oh yeah, I'm going to be good. I'm not going to do that. When they put them together, they conspired and ate the fucking candy. And the study taught, separate the fucking people, man. Separate them mentally. And just what you said, how do you separate them? Put differences between them. The more differences people have between them, the more separated they will be. And it goes right back to what we were talking about. The only way to change the world, I'm not talking the United States, the world, is to not be separated, man. We have to become one, man. It's the only way we can survive. What the hell's that, Bill?
The flag.
Wow.
That's what I said. It was time to come down. Yeah, yeah, it's battered.
Well, the elites of the world have divided and conquered us.
Yeah, and they keep us separated. That's the only way they can survive, is to keep us separated. And that's a sick fucking thought, man. To think the powers to be, the influencers, want us to fail. They want us for their own success, and we go back to greed.
You know what the canopy of stars is when you got the top down on that Model A, and you're out there driving under the canopy of stars.
Are you going to save that as a do-rag? It looks about the right size for a do-rag.
I'm going to save all the star panels, and then I'll sew them together, and I'll have a great big star canopy until I have a parachute that's a canopy of stars. Or maybe I'll make a tent with all the stars. These are the embroidered ones.
Yeah, there you go. If you waterproof it so that it doesn't deteriorate, that'd be good.
So, yeah, that one was battered. Very badly.
Well, it's been a pleasure tonight, gentlemen. Yeah. I think I'm going to call it a night, man. It's like, what?
Yeah, I'm like ready to hit Jack wants out. He's a runaway. No.
Pleasure, Bill.
Yep.
Appreciate it. Trust me, man. Always a pleasure talking to you.
And Dizzy Dean hung out late.
Yeah, Bill, thank sorry for interrupting.
Good to have John Teeter around too. Fixing my car up for me. So, giving John Teeter crap ain't gonna get you nowhere. On this channel.
Thank you for allowing me on, Bill.
Yeah, no problem.
Take it easy, guys.
See you around another time.
Yeah.
Good talking with you, Bill, and good talking with you.
Number sometime. He'll talk to you about the Jews.
What's that?
My brother likes to talk about the Jews. I don't care for talking about the Jews.
Well, it depends. Like I said, there's different types. Not all Jews created equal.
Like you talk about them, that gives them the okay to talk about you and whatever you're, So It's like there's that lawyer that doesn't understand that you have the right to remain silent, and so the mouth goes off and somebody responds to it, and it goes back and forth and back and forth. And so if they just shut up, nobody will have something to respond to.
Yeah, it troubles me a lot to see what's going on in Palestine.
They painting a target on themselves.
Because
I gotta let him out. Yeah, good night.
All right, Bill. Thanks for having me on. You have a good morning.
Bye. Yeah.
All right.